Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was 15, something started happening that I could barely explain, and it changed everything about how I lived my life for more than a year. At first, I thought I was imagining things. I kept seeing two gold Dodge Intrepids everywhere I went. Not just once or twice, but all the time. Two cars. Two different models, but both gold, both Intrepids. One was a 1999 model, and the other a 2000, I found out later. But at the time, I didn't know that. I just knew there were two of them following me. I remember the first time I really noticed it. I was walking home from school, maybe a little past 4 in the afternoon. The sun was starting to dip, the streets were busy with people, and cars were coming and going. I was just thinking about homework and dinner when I saw this gold Dodge Intrepid slowly driving behind me a few houses down the street. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was coincidence. But then, a few minutes later, I turned a corner, and there it was again, just a little further down the road, watching me. It wasn't moving fast. It was like the driver was pacing me, keeping me in sight without rushing. Then, a few days later, I started seeing the other one, a slightly newer gold Intrepid. Not exactly the same, but close enough. I realized there were two different cars now, following me, sometimes together, sometimes separately. The drivers never got out. They never tried to talk to me or get my attention, at least not directly. They just drove. Quiet, watching, waiting. It was unsettling, but not outright terrifying at first. More like a heavy cloud of tension that I couldn't shake. The younger man drove the 1999 model. He was in his early 30s, dark hair slicked back, and he had a thick mustache that made him look older than he was. The older man was in his 60s, with white hair that was thinning, and he looked like he belonged to a different generation entirely. I never saw either of them standing or moving around. They were always sitting behind the wheel, eyes locked on me, never blinking away. For the first month or so, I thought maybe I was losing my mind. I told myself it was paranoia. Maybe I was imagining the whole thing because I felt anxious about something else. I asked friends if they'd noticed the cars, but no one else seemed to see them at first. Maybe they saw them from a distance or in passing, but nobody had the same feeling I did, the creeping sensation that someone was always there watching. One day, I was walking with my boyfriend. We were holding hands, crossing through a quiet neighborhood that had a few small shops and houses with front porches. The sun was setting, making long shadows on the pavement. Suddenly, I spotted the older man's car, the 2000 model, slowly rolling by. At first, I didn't say anything. Then, as the car turned the corner and came back past us again, I nudged my boyfriend. "Look," I whispered, nodding toward the car. He followed my gaze and frowned. "What the hell?" he muttered. Then it happened again. The car passed us a third time, then a fourth. It was slow, deliberate, like the driver was circling us in a strange game of cat and mouse. I kept counting every time the car came back around. 5 times. 6. 7. We had only walked a few blocks, but the car kept showing up, over and over. 15 times in 6 blocks. By the end of it, my boyfriend wasn't just worried. He believed me. That was the moment things shifted. No longer was I the only one seeing these two men following me. My mom saw the cars too, once she was paying attention. My adopted mom noticed them. Even my brother, boyfriend, and most of my friends started seeing the cars, or at least hearing about them. The police saw the cars too when I called them, although they didn't do much besides take a report. It was strange. They never came to my house. They never knocked on the door or tried to talk to me face to face. They just followed, silently, everywhere I went. I felt like I was trapped inside a bubble of constant surveillance. I couldn't leave my house without one of those cars showing up. The younger man's car was more aggressive about following, getting close behind me at stores, sometimes creeping up right behind me on quiet streets. The older man was more careful, keeping a little distance, circling and watching. For almost a year, it went on like this. I learned every street and alley in my neighborhood better than anyone else. I learned how to duck behind bushes, slip through backyards, and sneak into stores through the back door. I even learned the exact timings of when those cars would show up, how long they'd wait, and how they'd react if I tried to lose them. Then one winter night, everything changed. I had a fight with my mom. It was bad. I don't even remember what we were yelling about exactly. Maybe it was just the stress of everything that had been happening, or maybe it was normal teenage frustration. Whatever it was, I was so angry I just stormed out the front door around 1 a.m. I didn't take my phone. I didn't bring anything with me. I just needed to get away, clear my head. The streets were empty. The cold hit me like a wall as soon as I stepped outside. I wrapped my arms around myself and started walking, trying to shake the anger and sadness bubbling up inside me. I walked 3 blocks, then 4. The moon was out, but it barely lit the way. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw headlights. The younger man's car. He was there, sitting quietly in his gold Intrepid, headlights off, waiting in the shadows of the street. No one else was around. No cars. No people. Just me and him. For the first time, I felt real fear. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone, no way to call for help, no weapon. Just me and this man who had been stalking me for almost a year. I started running. Not straight down the road, but zigzagging, ducking behind houses, slipping into back alleys, trying to get out of sight. Every time I thought I had lost him, I'd come out into the street or a clearing, and there he'd be, sitting in his car like a dark shadow waiting for me. It was like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My legs burned. My breath came in short, painful gasps. But I kept running. Finally, after what felt like hours, I made it back home. The front porch light was off, but I slipped inside and locked the door behind me. Something inside me snapped that night. It was no longer just creepy or annoying. It was a nightmare that trapped me. Every step I took was watched. Every move I made was tracked. For almost a year, 2 men who I didn't know had been shadowing me, controlling my life without saying a word. That night, I made a decision. If they wanted to hurt me, or worse, I wasn't going to live in fear anymore. If they were going to come for me, I was ready to face it head on. The very next day, the older man's car pulled up right in front of me at an intersection. It was slow and deliberate, the same way they had always been. The car stopped, and I saw the man's face through the windshield. He smiled, just sat there smiling. My heart pounded, but instead of running away, I did something reckless. I threw myself at the car, pounding my elbow against the driver's side window as hard as I could. The glass didn't break, but the car shook. The man just laughed, waved, and then drove off slowly, disappearing down the street. I was left standing in the middle of the road, screaming after him. "If you want me, motherfucker, I'm right here. Come and get me." After that, things changed again. They backed off a little. The cars still followed me, but not as closely or as often. They gave me more space, more breathing room. It was like they were watching from a distance, testing me, waiting to see what I would do next. Then, one spring, the older man actually approached me for the first time. He rolled down his window and asked if I wanted a ride. I didn't say anything. I just shook my head and walked away. After that, the stalking tapered off, slowly at first, then almost stopped altogether. Looking back, I can remember every detail like it happened yesterday. The 2 gold Dodge Intrepids, the men who drove them, the fear and the frustration. How they followed me everywhere for 15 months. How they never spoke to me, never came to my house, but always made me feel watched. I never found out who they were, what they wanted, or why they picked me. I never got answers, and to this day, 12 years later, I still wonder if they'll ever come back. I don't live in fear anymore. I've learned to live with the memory and the scars. I've become stronger. But sometimes, when I'm alone late at night, or walking down a quiet street, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, just in case those 2 gold Dodge Intrepids show up again, like ghosts that never really left. I don't really know when it started. Maybe a few years ago. I never wrote it down. But it comes and goes, like something waiting patiently in the background, not wanting to be noticed until it wants to be. Sleep paralysis. I didn't even know what it was the first time. I thought I was dying, like my body was forgetting how to breathe, and everything around me was pressing down, squeezing the life out of me. That first time, I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, my limbs tingling like they'd been asleep for hours. But the worst part wasn't the paralysis itself. It was her. Every time it happens, it's her. Always her. I used to think maybe it was a one-off dream. Maybe I just watched something freaky before bed, or my mind was playing tricks on me. But it kept happening. Not every night, not even every week. Just enough to never let me forget. It starts the same way every time. I wake up, but I can't move. I can feel the bed beneath me, the pressure of the blanket around my legs, the pillow warm under my head. But I can't lift a finger. My body is stone. My mind races, screaming at my limbs to move, but they don't respond. That panic sets in immediately, and it always feels like I'm buried alive. Then the sound begins. Whispers. At first, they're so faint, I'm not even sure they're real. Like the wind brushing through leaves, or a television on in another room. But they get clearer. Not words, exactly. Not anything I can understand. Just syllables and breaths and fragments of something that might be language. It comes from every direction. All around me. Above, below, right by my ears. It feels like I'm being surrounded. Then the weight. Heavy. Right in the center of my chest. At first, it's a light pressure, like someone laying their hand flat against my sternum. But it doesn't stop there. It grows heavier, second by second. Like something's climbing onto me, pinning me down. I can't scream. I can't move. All I can do is stare up at the ceiling, eyes wide open, helpless. That's when I see her. She's always there. Never different. A little girl, maybe 8 or 9, dressed in this old-fashioned white lace dress that looks like it belongs in a black and white photo. Her long black hair falls straight down her back. She never faces me at first. She's sitting on top of me, knees on either side of my chest, her tiny back straight, motionless. Her hands rest gently on her knees. The only sound in the room is the rising crescendo of those whispers, and they always get louder the longer she stays. The worst part, the part that always sends a fresh wave of dread through me, no matter how many times it happens, is when she starts to turn. It's not fast. It's slow, deliberate. Her head begins to rotate backwards, bit by bit, not the rest of her body, just her head. I never let it get far. The moment she starts turning, I shut my eyes, as tight as I can. I don't want to see her face. I don't know what I'll see, and I'm not sure I could handle it if I did. With my eyes closed, the whispers reach their peak. They're everywhere, screaming into my head. It doesn't even sound human at that point, just a chaos of voices clawing at my thoughts. The pressure on my chest gets heavier and heavier. I can barely breathe. Every inch of my body feels like it's being compressed. The room feels too small, too dark, like it's folding in on itself. Then, just like that, everything stops. No sound, no pressure, just a hollow, eerie silence. The kind of silence that buzzes in your ears. It feels thick, dense. I always stay still, eyes still shut, not daring to look. My heart pounds in my chest, and every muscle in my body is tensed so tight it hurts. Slowly, I start to get feeling back. My fingers twitch. My toes curl. My chest rises. I can breathe again, but I still don't open my eyes. Not for a while. I just lie there, trying to convince myself it's over. And every time, I force myself to fall back asleep. The fear doesn't leave immediately. It sticks around, like it's soaked into my skin. I wake up the next morning feeling like I haven't slept at all. My body aches. My mouth is dry. Sometimes I get up and splash cold water on my face, just to remind myself that I'm awake now, that it can't touch me anymore. Not for a while. The thing is, it always feels real. Not dreamlike. Not fuzzy around the edges. I can feel the bed creak beneath her weight. I can feel her knees pressing into my ribs. I can smell the faint mustiness of the lace on her dress. I've never seen her face, but I know she's there. Every part of my brain believes it when it happens. There's no part of it that feels like a normal dream. I tried talking to someone about it once. Not a therapist, just a friend. He brushed it off, said he'd had sleep paralysis too. Saw a shadow figure, heard voices. Said it was common. Brain caught between sleep cycles, imagination running wild, stuff like that. I nodded and pretended that made me feel better. But it didn't, because nobody ever seems to see the same thing every single time. Not exactly the same. Down to the dress, the hair, the weight. Every detail. Over and over. That's what gets me. Why her? I even started tracking it, writing down the dates when it happened. It averages out to about once a month. Sometimes twice. Never more. There's no pattern. No link to stress or food or sleep schedule. It just happens. Randomly. Like a punishment I didn't earn. Once I tried to fight it. The next time it happened, I told myself I'd look. That I'd keep my eyes open and face her. That maybe if I saw her, she'd lose her power. Maybe the fear would disappear. But the second her head started turning, I froze. My vision started to blur. The room spun, and I shut my eyes tighter than ever before. I couldn't do it. I started sleeping with a light on. I bought a white noise machine. I even rearranged my room so my bed was against a different wall. None of it mattered. She found me every time. One night, I woke up during a thunderstorm. Real thunder, real lightning flashing through the window. The room was cold, and the wind outside made the trees groan. For a second, I thought I was just awake. But then I realized I couldn't move. My arms felt glued to the mattress. My legs were dead weight. And the whispers started, faint but rising, echoing over the storm. She was there. Again. The thunder should have masked the sound, but somehow the whispers cut through everything. That low hiss of dozens of voices tangled together. I remember the flash of lightning lighting up her silhouette on top of me. Her wet hair sticking to her back. Her dress darker at the edges, like it was soaked. The smell of damp lace filled my nose. Her head began to turn. And again I shut my eyes. But that night, the whispers didn't scream. They hummed, low and steady. The pressure on my chest didn't spike. It stayed the same, heavy but bearable. And for the first time, I noticed something different. The silence at the end lasted longer. I stayed there, completely still, waiting for the feeling to return to my body. But it took minutes. Long, dragging minutes where I couldn't even twitch a finger. I wondered if something had gone wrong this time, if I'd finally broken something. But eventually it passed like always. I didn't open my eyes. I just lay there and waited. That was months ago. She came back twice since then, both times the same as before. But that silence at the end, it stays longer now. Like she's waiting, watching. A few nights ago, I fell asleep on the couch. I wasn't even that tired, just drifting off after a late movie. I woke up to the sound of whispering. My eyes shot open, and I couldn't move. I felt the weight immediately, even before I could focus my vision. I knew she was there, but this time, something was off. The room was wrong. I wasn't in bed. The ceiling was too low. The lighting was different, and she was sitting on me anyway. That scared me more than anything else. It meant she didn't care where I was. Didn't matter if I was in bed, on the couch, in a chair. She could come find me. That thought stuck with me. I haven't been able to shake it. I thought my bed was cursed or something. I even considered throwing away the mattress. But now I know it wouldn't change anything. It's not the place. It's me. The last time it happened, something strange happened. Not supernatural. Nothing like that. Just unusual. I opened my eyes, and she was there as always. The whispers were loud, deafening. Her head started to turn, but I hesitated. Just a second longer than usual. Long enough to see her cheek. Pale. Almost gray. I shut my eyes, heart racing, expecting the usual weight to increase. But it didn't. The whispers stopped abruptly. Not faded out. Just cut off. Like someone hit a switch. And then nothing. No weight. No sound. No movement. Just complete, absolute stillness. I could breathe. I could move. But I didn't. I lay there, too afraid to open my eyes. Eventually I did. The room was empty. No sign of her. No sense of dread. Just silence. Normal silence. Since that night, it hasn't happened again. It's been 3 months. That's the longest I've gone without an episode in years. I don't know what changed. I don't know if it's over, or if she's just taking a longer break. But every night, I lie in bed wondering if I'll wake up frozen again. Wondering if I'll hear those whispers. Feel that pressure. See that little girl start to turn. I hope she's gone. But deep down, I don't think she is. It had been a long, quiet evening. One of those nights where the weight of the day just settles into your bones, and even the air in your room feels a little heavier than usual. I remember it was a Friday. I had nothing major planned that weekend, which for once felt like a relief. My boyfriend, Jay, was over, just like he was most weekends back then. We'd had dinner, messed around watching random YouTube videos, and then eventually ended up laying in bed. Lights off, phones set aside, not sleeping yet, just in that in-between stage. Awake, but not doing anything. Just still. I remember the room being completely dark except for a little sliver of streetlight leaking in through the top corner of the window, barely enough to light the edge of my dresser. Everything else was shadows. The hum of the ceiling fan filled the silence, just enough to keep it from being completely still. It wasn't tense or anything, just calm. One of those rare moments where we weren't distracted by screens or noise. Just thinking, laying there next to each other, breathing slow. Then Jay moved. He rolled toward me suddenly, almost like something startled him. Not in a jerky way, just urgent. He didn't say anything. He just wrapped his arms around me tight. Way tighter than usual. Not in a romantic way either, like a reflex. Like he needed to hold on to something. I remember just hugging him back, instinctively. We'd hugged a million times, but this one was different. There was this tension in his arms, like he was scared but trying not to be. I didn't think anything was wrong right away. I figured maybe he had a bad thought, or just needed to feel close. But then, without warning, it hit me. It wasn't something I saw or heard. It was just a feeling, and I still don't know how to explain it in a way that would make sense to anyone who hasn't felt it before. It was like this wall of dread slammed into me, so hard that even though I was lying down, I felt like I was falling backward into something bottomless. My stomach twisted instantly. My skin felt cold, clammy. Every part of my body tensed up, like I was bracing for impact. But there was nothing coming. No noise, no movement, just that overwhelming sense of wrong. I've had panic attacks before. I know what they feel like. That rapid heartbeat, the shallow breathing, the intrusive thoughts. This wasn't that. My chest didn't feel tight. I wasn't spiraling. This felt external, like the fear didn't come from me, but from somewhere in the room. Like something had stepped into the space we were in and brought it with them. It wasn't a normal fear, not even a reaction to a threat. It was just pure, raw dread, like being trapped somewhere you know you shouldn't be, with something watching. I held on to Jay harder, suddenly needing him there in a way I couldn't explain. And that's when I noticed something else, his body. Jay's always warm, the kind of guy who radiates heat. Even on cold nights, laying next to him was like curling up with a heating pad. But this time, in his arms, I felt cold. The air around us felt heavy and chilled, and his skin didn't feel warm. It was like the cold wasn't just in the room. It was between us, like something settled on top of us. And the longer I laid there, the more certain I became that it was coming from the corner of the room behind me. You know that sense you get sometimes, when someone stands behind you silently. That prickling in the back of your neck, the awareness that something is there even when you can't see or hear it. That's what it felt like. Like something was standing just inside the edge of the dark, in the corner where the shadows were thickest, watching us. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. But every part of me was screaming to turn around and look. Except I didn't want to. I couldn't look. I was so scared I couldn't even move my head. I didn't want to confirm that something was there, even though I already knew. I wanted to say something, but my mouth felt glued shut for a moment. Then finally I whispered, "Jay, do you feel that?" His response wasn't hesitant. He didn't ask what I meant. He just said, "Yeah." That one word made everything worse. I'd been trying to tell myself I was imagining it, that maybe I was just anxious or overtired or something. But he felt it too. The cold, the heaviness, the sense that we weren't alone. And I could tell from the way he said it, quiet, serious, that he didn't want to talk about it either. He was scared too. He sat up a few seconds later, still holding on to me, and reached for his phone. I got up and turned on the light, needing to see the room with my own eyes. Just having the light on helped a little, but only on the surface. The air still felt weird, like the feeling hadn't completely left, just faded a little with the brightness. Jay didn't say anything else at first. He scrolled through his contacts and called his friend Matt. Matt was one of those guys who was always calm, friendly, level-headed, and serious about his beliefs. He'd been studying to become a youth pastor at the time, and Jay always said he could talk to him about anything. When Matt answered, Jay didn't even explain much, just that something was wrong and could he pray for us. Matt said yes, and Jay put him on speaker. We both sat there on the bed, holding hands, eyes closed while Matt prayed. I don't remember the words exactly. It was just a steady, calm voice, asking for peace, for protection, for whatever evil was there to leave. As he spoke, I started to feel the tension in my chest ease a little. The air didn't feel so thick. I could breathe easier. The cold lifted bit by bit, and by the time he said amen, it felt like whatever had been in the room had backed off. Maybe not gone completely, but not right there anymore. I opened my eyes, and so did Jay. We looked at each other without saying much. Just that silent confirmation that the shift in the air was real, that something had changed. Then Matt asked casually, "Were you two talking while I was praying?" We looked at each other again, confused, and said no. We hadn't said a word. Matt paused, then told us that while he was praying, he heard something on the phone. A voice. A deep, gravelly voice telling him to stop. He said it wasn't background noise. He was sure of what he heard. And more than that, he said he felt something, like the air around him got heavy. Like something came through the phone and tried to shut him up. Jay went pale. I think hearing that hit him harder than the actual experience had. Because it wasn't just in our heads. Whatever this thing was, it had reached someone else. Someone not even in the room. I was already shaken, but that just locked it in for me. Something had been in my room. Something real. Something I couldn't see or understand. And for whatever reason, it had made itself known that night. Jay left not long after that. I think he felt guilty about it, but he was too freaked out. He didn't say much, just hugged me tightly and told me to lock the door. Then he was gone. I remember standing there after he left, my room feeling too big and too quiet again. The overhead light was still on, but it didn't make me feel safe. I didn't want to sleep alone. I didn't even want to sit down. Eventually, I walked down the hallway and opened my dad's door. He was half asleep, and I mumbled something about there being something in my room. Maybe a demon. He didn't wake up all the way, just rolled over and muttered, "I got a gun. I'll shoot it." That actually made me laugh, weirdly. I think my brain needed something absurd to cling to for a second. But I still didn't want to be alone, so I sat on the edge of the couch in the living room for a while, trying to process everything. I kept running through it in my mind over and over again. That feeling, the cold, Jay's reaction, the voice Matt heard. It wasn't like I saw anything. Nothing moved. Nothing touched me. But it was more real than anything I'd experienced before. And it left me with this huge, unanswered question. Why? Why had it come? What did it want? The next day, things were back to normal. Jay texted, apologizing for leaving. Said he barely slept. Matt checked in too, asking how I was feeling. I told them both I was okay. And I was mostly. But I still kept glancing at the corner of my room every time I walked in. Even when nothing was there, I felt like I was being watched. That feeling never fully went away, not for weeks. But here's the thing, it never came back. Not once. No repeats. No noises in the night. No shadow figures. Nothing. And that's part of what makes it so hard to understand. If it was something in my head, why did Jay feel it too? Why did Matt hear it through the phone? If it was real, why did it only show up once? What was the point? To scare us? To send some message? Was it attracted to something about us, or the room? I still don't know. I've gone through every possible explanation. Mass hysteria, sleep paralysis, some kind of infrasound, but none of that lines up with the details. We were both wide awake. There were no physical symptoms beyond the cold and the dread. And the voice on the phone, that doesn't fit any rational explanation I can think of. I don't talk about it much. Not because I'm embarrassed or ashamed, but because I don't have anything to add. There's no big conclusion. No proof. Just that one moment, 30 seconds, maybe a full minute, where something wrong stepped into our lives and then left just as quickly. I wish I had a better answer. I wish I knew what it wanted or what caused it, but all I can do is remember it. That night is burned into my memory, not as a story or a ghost tale, but as a real, lived experience. I don't know if it was a demon. I don't know if it was something darker or something I'll never understand, but it was real, and I'll never forget how it felt. I lived alone in a small, one-bedroom apartment upstairs in a pretty old building. The place was nothing fancy, but it was mine, my own little space. The kitchen was tiny, with cracked white tiles and cheap wooden cabinets that stuck when they got humid. The living room was just big enough for a couch and a TV, and there was a sliding glass door that led out to a tiny balcony that I never really used. The bedroom was just enough to fit a bed and a small dresser. The bathroom was cramped, with a clawfoot tub that always felt cold no matter how hot the water was. Everything had this worn-out feeling, like the apartment had its own tired story to tell. I was used to living alone, and I liked the quiet. But there was this one thing about the nights that unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. It started pretty soon after I moved in. Late at night, when I was lying in bed or sometimes when I was in the bathroom, I would hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth across the little living room floor. The sound was unmistakable. Soft but distinct steps moving away from the bedroom door, crossing the floor toward the balcony, then back again. It wasn't fast like someone running. It was slow, almost like someone was trying to be careful but needed to be there. The first few times it happened, I froze. I would pull the covers up over my head and lie as still as I could, my heart hammering, hoping whatever it was would just stop and disappear. I'd convince myself it was just the old floorboards settling, or maybe the pipes making weird noises. But the footsteps didn't sound like any of those things. They were too rhythmic, too real. What made it worse was that my significant other at the time lived just downstairs in the apartment beneath mine. Sometimes he would stay over, and he said he could hear the same footsteps when I was away. That made me feel less crazy, but not much less scared. One night, I came home late from work. The whole day had been long and tiring, and all I wanted was to crawl into bed and forget the world. I climbed the narrow wooden stairs to my apartment, the creaky steps echoing softly beneath my feet. I unlocked the door and pulled it open, but the moment I stepped inside, I froze. There was this sense in the air, a feeling I can only describe as awareness. You know when you walk into a room and you just know someone else is there, even if you don't see or hear them. That gut feeling, that chill down your spine, that's what hit me hard. The first thing I noticed was the light on the balcony. I never turned it on. It was a small, dim light that usually stayed off. Yet there it was, casting a faint glow that spilled into the living room. I had no idea how it got turned on, and that made the whole thing worse. For a moment, I just stood in the doorway, trying to make sense of it. The apartment was quiet except for the sound of my breathing, sharp and quick. I felt the weight of something unseen pressing in. My mind jumped between every possible explanation. Maybe I forgot and turned it on, but I was sure I hadn't. Maybe the switch was faulty. Or worse, maybe someone was inside. Without thinking much, I switched on the main lights, filling the room with harsh artificial brightness. I took a deep breath to calm my racing heart. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. I moved quickly into the kitchen and grabbed the biggest knife I could find in the drawer. It was a dull steak knife, nothing fancy, but it felt better than nothing. Holding it made me feel a little less vulnerable. From where I stood in the kitchen, I could see the balcony clearly through the glass door. There was no one there. No movement, no shadow. That meant whoever or whatever was here had to be inside the apartment. Maybe hiding in the bedroom, the bathroom, or the closet. The closet was the worst. There was something about that small, dark space that made my skin crawl. It was narrow, with peeling wallpaper and a wooden rod for hanging clothes. I had never really looked inside much because I kept most things in drawers, but now it seemed like the perfect hiding spot for someone or something. I stood frozen for a moment, gripping the knife tighter. My brain screamed at me to run, but my body moved forward on its own, like I was being pushed by some force I didn't understand. I crept toward the closet door, trying to keep quiet and slow. The air felt colder here, thicker somehow. I swung the door open, peering inside. It was empty. No one crouching behind the coats or the shoes at the bottom. Nothing. Just the familiar clutter of jackets, a pair of old sneakers, and some hangers swaying gently as if pushed by a breeze. I felt stupid, but also deeply unsettled. If no one was in the apartment, then what was causing the footsteps? The light on the balcony still burned quietly, like some silent signal that something was wrong. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I stayed awake, jumping at every creak or whisper of wind against the window. The footsteps didn't come again that night, but the feeling never left. I couldn't sleep for hours, until finally exhaustion won, and I drifted off with the knife still on the bedside table, just in case. The footsteps didn't stop after that. Sometimes I would hear them while brushing my teeth, feeling that same slow walk across the floor outside the bathroom door. Other times, they came in the middle of the night, waking me with a soft tapping sound, like someone pacing, restless. I never found a logical answer. I checked the locks, every door and window multiple times. Nothing was broken or open. The building was old but solid, and the neighbors never complained of strange noises. I thought maybe the place was settling, or the noises were echoes of old sounds bouncing in the walls. But the footsteps were too clear, too distinct, too human. One night, I tried something different. I set up a small recording device on the coffee table, hoping to catch the sound. I told myself it was just curiosity, but really I needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The recording played back hours later, full of silence. No footsteps, no movement. Just the quiet hum of the city outside. It was frustrating and confusing. The more I listened, the more I started doubting my own senses. Maybe it was all in my head. But then why had my partner downstairs heard the footsteps too? And why had I felt that unmistakable presence the night I came home late? It wasn't just sound, it was something I felt deep inside, a warning or a presence I couldn't shake. Eventually, the fear settled into a dull ache, a constant background noise to my life in that apartment. I stopped reacting with panic. Instead, I learned to live with the footsteps as just part of the place's strange personality. Sometimes, I'd watch the balcony light flicker on in the dark, but I never turned it on myself. I didn't touch that switch. After months of this, I moved out. Not because I found out anything or saw anything, but because the apartment, the footsteps, and that strange feeling had worn me down. I wanted a place where I didn't feel like I was sharing the space with something unseen, where I could lock the door and know that no one, or nothing, was walking across my floor when I wasn't looking. Looking back, I still don't have answers. I never found out what caused those footsteps, or why the balcony light came on by itself. It never hurt me or threatened me, but it changed the way I saw my own home. Something was there, in that apartment, walking silently just out of sight. It wasn't a ghost or a monster, just something very real, very quiet, and impossible to explain. That experience taught me something about fear and presence. Sometimes it's not about what you see or hear, but about what you feel. And sometimes, that feeling is enough to make you leave. The summer between my freshman and sophomore years of high school started out like any other, but by the end of it, I knew I'd been through something strange and unsettling, something that would stick with me for years. It all began when my friend, let's call him Jake, and his family had to move temporarily. They were buying a house nearby, but it wasn't quite ready yet. The repairs took longer than expected, so Jake's grandma offered to let them stay with her until their house was finished. Her house was something else. Big, beautiful, and old enough to feel like it had a history, but well taken care of. It sat way back from the road, maybe 500 feet or so, and was completely surrounded by woods. The kind of woods where you could get lost if you weren't paying attention. There weren't many neighbors around, only 3 houses within about a mile, and none of those had older kids. It was quiet, peaceful, and private. At least, that's what we thought at first. Jake's cousin Sarah lived with his grandma too. She was 2 years older than me and going into her senior year. She was pretty popular at school, very outgoing, and honestly kind of intimidating. But in the house, it was just the 3 of them. Plenty of room to spread out. The living room was the most impressive part. It had this giant vaulted ceiling and walls of floor-to-ceiling windows on every side, letting in tons of light during the day and giving you views of the trees all around. It looked amazing, but the windows meant there was no real privacy at all. Still, since the house was so far back in the woods, no one expected any trouble. A few days after they moved in, Jake invited me over for a Saturday night sleepover. His bedroom was small, so we decided to sleep out in the living room on the 2 couches facing each other. The night started off normal enough. We watched some movies, talked about nothing important, and then eventually started to get ready for bed. The couches were right by those big windows, and even though the room was pretty dark with just a few lamps on, the moonlight filtered through the trees outside. It was about 1 in the morning when I noticed something moving outside the window. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal. The woods around there were full of wildlife, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a person. Someone was walking slowly past the window, just outside the tree line, maybe 20 or 30 feet away. I nudged Jake, and we both froze. Neither of us spoke at first. We just stared. My heart was pounding. The guy kept walking steadily, not running, not sneaking, just casually strolling in the dark. I remember the way the moonlight caught the glint of something small and red near the person's face, like the glow from a cigarette. Then suddenly there were 2 of them. They passed a cigarette back and forth, both standing just inside the shadow of the trees, close enough that we could make out shapes, but not clear faces. We didn't know what to do, but Jake's dad, who was there for the weekend, came into the room when we shouted for help. He quickly turned off all the lights in the house, making it harder to see us from outside. The 2 figures just stood there, watching the house. I could still see the little red glow from their cigarettes flickering between them, like distant campfire embers. Jake's dad grabbed his phone and called the police. Then he went outside, opened the front door, and yelled for them to leave. The 2 men took off immediately, disappearing into the woods. We stayed inside, lights out, listening for any sounds. The police showed up a little later, but found nothing. The woods were full of tiny game trails, making it impossible to track anyone. When they left, Jake's dad locked all the doors and windows, and we tried to calm down, but none of us really slept that night. We kept thinking about those two men standing there, just watching. What was weird was that there were only 3 other houses around, and none had older kids. One had little kids, the other 2 had no children at all. So where had those guys come from? We had no clue. A few weeks later, I came back with another friend, Matt. We spent the night there again. The 3 of us were in the living room around 10 at night, planning to watch a movie, when Matt suddenly froze and pointed toward the window. There was a guy standing outside, looking right in at us. We freaked out. I mean, this time it was closer, and he was just staring at the window like he was waiting for something or someone. The moment he realized we saw him, he bolted off into the woods, just like the last time. Again, in the distance, we could see the small lights of cigarettes flickering in the trees, as if whoever they were had a pattern or routine. Over the summer, these encounters with the Watchers, as we started calling them, happened more and more. They would appear at different spots around the house, sometimes near the back windows, sometimes close to the driveway, and once, right outside the front door. One night, they knocked on the windows repeatedly, just slow, heavy knocks that made the glass vibrate. We were so scared we didn't answer. On another occasion, they shook the front door so hard it set off the burglar alarm. The house suddenly blaring, that shrill noise in the middle of the night, made us jump out of our skin. One time, someone even took lipstick. How they got it, we never figured out, and wrote the word hello on one of the big living room windows, smudged but clear enough to send chills down our spines. There was no note, no explanation, just that one creepy greeting, right where everyone could see it inside the house. During the day, Jake and I would hike around the woods, searching for any signs of who these people were. We looked for footprints, hidden campsites, even small clearings that might have been used by them to hang out or watch from. But nothing. No trash, no shells from cigarettes, no footprints deep enough to track. Nothing that gave away who these Watchers were, or where they disappeared to when they left. We thought maybe they were kids from school trying to get a glimpse of Sarah, Jake's cousin. She was really popular, fit, and sometimes wore bikinis or casual clothes around the house during summer days. Maybe it was some sort of twisted prank or a way for some guys to sneak looks. But it felt like way too much effort just for that. Walking deep into the woods, camping out, hiding in the dark. That's not something typical kids would do just to see someone in a bikini. More than that, the fact that they came back again and again, and at random times, made us think there was something else going on. Sometimes they didn't even try to hide much. They would knock, write messages, and just stand there watching like they owned the place. We never felt safe, and every time the police showed up, they could never find anything. The woods swallowed whoever these people were. The summer stretched on with this constant feeling of being watched. The tension inside the house grew. We all stopped going outside alone at night. Doors stayed locked even during the day. Sarah became quieter, more tense. Jake's family tried to brush it off like it was just kids messing around. But the truth was, no one knew what was going on, and no one could explain the Watchers. By the end of the summer, Jake's family finally moved into their own house, the one they had been fixing. When they left, the Watchers stopped coming. No more knocks, no more cigarette lights in the woods, no more messages on windows. It was like they vanished overnight. Years later, I still think about those nights. Who were those people? Why did they come? Were they just a couple of bored kids? Or was it something more serious? We never found out, and honestly, I'm glad we didn't. Whatever their reasons, those summer nights at that big house with the huge windows taught me one thing. Sometimes the scariest mysteries are the ones with no answers, no ghosts, and no easy explanations. Just people, unknown, unseen, and watching in the dark. I was about 11 or 12 when all this happened. My parents had just separated and were in the middle of filing for divorce. They sold our old house, and my mom and I moved out to a farm a few miles up the road on this random dirt road nobody really knew about. It was called Mitchell Road, named after the late farmer who used to own the land. The whole place felt off from the very beginning. To give you a picture of the area, Mitchell Road was about a mile long, winding its way uphill through dense forest in upstate New York. The trees were thick and dark, the kind that block out most of the sky even during the day. About halfway up the road, there was a small pond tucked into a clearing, peaceful enough in the daylight. Nearby was a really nice house with well-kept bushes and a big green yard, a stark contrast to the rest of the wild land around it. A little further up the hill, there was a large horse farm on the right side, with a barn and another house. Across from it, on the left, was where we lived, a restored old barn connected to a huge yellow two-family farmhouse. 2 families lived there, including us. Along the short driveway to our place, there was this large trailer parked just past the houses. Beyond that was an old place where cows used to be slaughtered, which gave off its own weird, heavy feeling. After that, there was another house with a family living in it. If you kept going up the hill, you'd come to a half-mile-long driveway that led to our landlord's house, which was almost swallowed up by thick, wild woods. It was a creepy place to live, honestly. Quiet in a way that made you feel like something was always watching. The woods were dense and old, filled with shadows and sounds that didn't quite make sense. People didn't come around much, and no one really talked about the history of the land openly. But there was an eerie weight in the air that was hard to ignore. My bedroom was upstairs, with a window that looked out over the road leading up to our house and the fields below. Out there in the open field, not too far away, stood this massive crucifix. It was huge, maybe 25 feet tall, and it was painted white or silver with blue trim. We never understood why it was there exactly. It was just kind of there. It felt out of place, but at the same time, sort of normal for that part of New York. The area was filled with holy rollers, as some called them, deeply religious people who believed strongly in their faith, and crosses like that were a common sight. One night, about a week after we moved in, I was woken up by this weird pulsating glow flooding my bedroom. At first, I thought the house was on fire. The light was bright and intense, almost painful to look at. But I also saw the shadows of trees dancing across my walls and ceiling, so I realized the light was coming from outside, through the trees in our backyard. I got up slowly, a bit scared but curious, and went over to the window. What I saw was the creepiest thing I've ever witnessed in my life. The big crucifix in the field was fully lit, glowing against the dark night. Around it, small fires burned in a rough circle. The flames flickered and cast strange shadows over the ground. At first, I thought the fires were just random, like someone had started a campfire or something. But then I saw movement. Figures appeared in the light of the fires. They were on horses, riding slowly around the cross. The riders were all dressed in long black robes with pointed hoods, like something from an old storybook or movie, but this was real. I could see them clearly, their faces hidden, their horses' hooves making soft noises on the ground. The way they moved, their silence, everything about it was unnatural and terrifying. I don't remember exactly how long I stood there watching. It felt like forever, but time was blurry. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, tried to convince myself it was some kind of weird ritual or group that came here in secret. But the longer I stared, the more uneasy I felt. Then everything went black. I don't know what happened after that, but I apparently just collapsed back onto my bed and passed out. The next morning, I was woken up by my mom, who was getting me ready for school. My head still felt heavy and foggy, and the image of those riders haunted me. When I looked out the window again, the cross was still there, but the fires were mostly gone, just smoke curling up from the charred ground. The metal cross itself looked blackened in spots, and I noticed the blue trim was peeling, like it had been damaged by the flames. I could see patches of scorched earth around the base. After school, I went back to the field to check things out. The ground was soft from the night's fire, and I saw horse tracks in the mud, big, deep prints that led toward the cross and back into the woods. Near the edge of the clearing, I found several empty liquor bottles, some broken, scattered around the bushes. It all looked like a wild, drunken ceremony or something. The smell of burnt wood and something metallic still lingered in the air. I told my mom what I saw, how scared I was, and we decided to leave the farm as soon as possible. She put me in therapy for a few weeks, just to make sure I was okay mentally. I think she knew it had been traumatizing for me. I couldn't sleep well for a long time after that night. The images played over and over in my head, the riders, the cross glowing in the dark, the flames flickering like some dark signal. Even after we moved away, I never forgot what I saw on Mitchell Road. Years later, I learned from someone that the old man Mitchell, the farmer who used to own the land, was an occultist. Apparently, he had a huge family, like 25 people with multiple wives. They were rumored to perform sacrifices near the cross and hold rituals every full moon. The story said the family might still be doing it, hidden deep in the woods, away from prying eyes. One time, before we moved out, I was exploring the woods across from the houses down the road. I came across this weird greenhouse-like structure wrapped in plastic, filled with old furniture and taxidermy animals. It looked like a forgotten museum or shrine. I was poking around, curious but uneasy, when suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere. He looked like he belonged to another century. Clothes from the 1940s, old and rough face, maybe 100 years old if you believed it. He yelled at me, telling me to get out of there immediately because it was posted property. I ran home scared, never told anyone because I didn't want to get in trouble. Years later, I heard about a young couple who died in a fatal crash on Mitchell Road. The crash happened around 5 a.m., and no one found them until the next day. They weren't from around there, and no one knew why they were on that road. It added to the dark reputation the place had. People said weird things always happened on Mitchell Road. Strange accidents, disappearances, and unexplained happenings. Living on that farm was one of the most unsettling experiences of my life. The silence of the woods at night, the feeling of being watched, the heavy air that smelled like smoke and metal. It all made me want to leave as soon as possible. The cross, the fires, the riders, it wasn't some ghost story or fairy tale. It was real, and it was horrifying. Looking back, I realize how isolated and trapped I felt there. The road was so remote that help was far away, and the forest was thick enough to hide anything. The land itself seemed to hold secrets, and the people connected to it, like the old man Mitchell's family, weren't the kind of neighbors you'd want to meet. The experience changed me. It taught me to trust my instincts when something feels wrong, and that some places carry a weight of history and darkness you can't ignore. I never went back to Mitchell Road after we left, and I don't think I ever will. I hope anyone reading this understands that some places aren't meant for us, and some secrets are better left buried in the woods, hidden from the light of day. That night on the cruise still haunts me. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty practical, rational. But what I saw, what happened, it didn't fit into any explanation I have. It's one of those things I can't shake, even years later, no matter how much I try. About 4 years ago, my best friend and I went on a cruise that was supposed to be a blast. We had planned it for months. The idea was simple: party hard, gamble a little, and shop around the ports in Mexico. We wanted to escape the daily grind, blow off steam, and just have fun. The cruise ship was massive, full of everything you could imagine: casinos, bars, restaurants, shopping malls, pools, and giant decks with ocean views that stretched forever. The whole trip felt like being in this crazy bubble, separated from real life. We hit it hard right from the start. Our first day was all about exploring the ship and testing our luck at the casino. We tried slot machines, poker tables, and even a few blackjack rounds. It was loud, flashy, and kind of dizzying, but thrilling. We both walked away with a little cash, enough to keep playing. The nights were wild. We drank way too much, mostly vodka, and danced until the bars closed. The kind of drinking where your head spins and everything blurs, but you don't care. We were young, free, and maybe a little reckless. One night, after a long day of shopping in Mexico, we decided to just chill back in our cabin for a bit before going out again. We bought some cheap vodka from the ship's liquor store and figured we'd have a few drinks to relax. But it didn't stop at a few. I remember pouring shot after shot, feeling the burn, laughing and chatting. At some point, I must have hit my limit because the next thing I remember is just blacking out. My head felt heavy, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. I think I fell asleep sometime before midnight. I woke up suddenly around 2 or 3 in the morning. The room was pitch black except for a faint glow from the city lights filtering through the patio door. I was groggy, still drunk and half out of it, but something pulled me awake. When I opened my eyes, the sliding glass door to the balcony was wide open. It stood there, a dark gap against the night. I sat up and looked over at my best friend, who was still asleep, curled up on the bed like nothing was wrong. Even then, in my half-sleep state, it struck me as strange. On cruise ships, the balcony doors are designed to lock automatically when slammed shut, so there's no way it should have been open like that. I remember the door feeling heavy when I'd shut it earlier, and it was always a little stubborn, like it needed a real push to lock tight. Yet here it was, wide open. I got up and closed it quietly, pushing it until I heard that satisfying click. The night air coming in had cooled the room down a bit, and I shivered, rubbing my arms, still half convinced I was dreaming or maybe had sleepwalked. I told myself it was nothing, just a weird, random thing. Maybe the door hadn't locked properly, or some strong wind had blown it open. Maybe I'd forgotten to close it all the way. I crawled back into bed, pulled the blanket over me, and quickly fell asleep again. It was late, and I was still drunk enough that I wanted nothing more than to pass out and forget about it. But that was just the beginning. Sometime later, I don't remember exactly how long, maybe an hour or two, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't a vague feeling or the faint noise of the door. It was something far worse. I opened my eyes and froze. Right at the end of my bed, standing there, was a man. His body was mangled, and his clothes were ripped and soaked in blood. His face was barely recognizable, bruised and swollen, eyes wide open and staring straight at me. His head was tilted crooked to one side, almost like something was broken in his neck. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just a nightmare or my mind playing tricks, but he didn't disappear. He just stood there, silent, watching me. I couldn't move. My heart slammed against my ribs, pounding so hard I thought it might burst. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, to throw something, to do anything, but I was frozen. The man didn't speak or move. He was just there, like some horrible statue made of pain and blood. After what felt like an eternity, I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled the blanket over my head. I know it sounds childish, like a little kid hoping that hiding will make the bad thing go away, but at that moment, it was the only defense I had. I covered myself completely, tucking the blanket tight around my face and shoulders. I told myself to calm down, to breathe, and eventually, I forced myself to close my eyes and try to sleep. I don't know how long I lay there under the covers, heart racing, but eventually I drifted off. Morning came, and light spilled into the cabin through the curtains. I wanted to forget everything about the night, but my best friend beat me to it. Before I could say anything, she told me she had woken up around the same time. The bathroom light and faucet were on, just dripping, running water, but she was alone. She'd woken up confused and a little scared, but when she checked, no one was there. The light eventually went off on its own, and the faucet stopped dripping. When she told me that, I almost lost it. I told her what I'd seen, everything in detail. She didn't laugh or dismiss it. She just looked worried, and that made me even more certain that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. We both sat in silence, thinking about what it all meant, about how we couldn't explain any of it. After the cruise was over, I started digging. I looked up the ship's name and found tons of stories about it online. People talked about strange noises, unexplained lights, things moving by themselves. I read accounts from passengers who swore they'd seen figures walking the decks at night, and crew members who mentioned people disappearing, falling overboard, or worse, some claiming to have committed suicide in their cabins. The more I read, the more I realized there was something seriously wrong with that ship. Not in a supernatural way, not ghosts or monsters, but just the kind of awful real things that happen when you're far out at sea, in a place where safety nets don't exist. People fall through cracks, sometimes literally. They suffer. Some lose their minds or their grip on reality. The ship itself is like a floating city with its own dark side. Thinking back, I wonder if what I saw was some kind of real person. Someone hurt, someone who ended up trapped or struggling in a way none of us could see or understand. Maybe it was someone who tried to get help, or someone who died right there. Maybe it wasn't a dream at all, but a horrible glimpse of something that should have never been there. I've never told anyone else. I didn't want to sound crazy or get brushed off as a drunk hallucinating. But every now and then, when I'm lying in bed or sitting alone, my mind goes back to that night. I remember the way his head hung crooked, the emptiness in those eyes, the way the blood looked almost fresh. I remember the cold of the night air slipping through that open patio door. I remember the silence. And I still get chills. Because some things you see don't make sense, and some things can't be forgotten, no matter how much you want them to be. I'd worked at the General Motors headquarters in Oshawa for nearly 10 years, and by now, I had settled into a quiet rhythm with my job. My days were usually predictable: arrive at 8, leave around 5:30 or 6 depending on the workload. The building was modern and clean, surrounded by a lot of natural land. You wouldn't know it from the highway, but right behind the property, there were marshlands and long winding trails, popular with joggers, cyclists, and the odd lunchtime stroller. It gave the area a strange kind of dual personality. On one side, it was all steel and glass and humming fluorescent lights. On the other, it was reeds and quiet, tree-shaded paths, beautiful in daylight, isolated after dark. I had never thought too much about it until the company sent out the alert. It was a company-wide email that landed with a kind of invisible weight. A woman had been attacked just off the GM property line on one of the marsh trails. The email was careful with its words but direct. Violent assault, female employee, walking alone after dark. They didn't say the word rape, but the meaning was heavy and clear. Security had been beefed up. We were all advised to avoid the trails completely after dark. All female employees were told that if they were leaving the building after sundown, especially alone, they should ask for a security escort to their vehicles. We were to take this seriously, and I did, at least for a while. But you know how routines are. A few days of nervousness, maybe a week or two of extra caution, and then life creeps back to normal. You get used to things. People stop talking about it. The horror that shook everyone at first becomes a headline that lives in the past. We rationalize. We tell ourselves that things are probably fine now, that it was a one-off, that they must have caught the guy, that we're safe again. And so, after a few weeks, I started going back to my normal routine. I'd still work late sometimes. The dark didn't stop the deadlines. That particular night started out normal enough. It had been a long Thursday, back-to-back meetings in the morning, and then I had a mountain of reports to get through before I could leave. By the time I looked up from my computer, the building was mostly dark. The maintenance guys were making their rounds, and most of the offices around mine were empty. I packed up quickly. I remember being annoyed that I had stayed so late again. I was tired. My back hurt. I just wanted to get home, heat up something for dinner, maybe catch the second half of the evening news before bed. I stopped by the washroom on my way out, and then made my way to the front entrance. The air outside was already turning cold, the kind of chill that settled into your sleeves and made your nose sting. Late autumn. The days were shorter, and by 7 p.m. it was pitch black outside. The parking lot lights cast long shadows on the concrete, and the security booth by the main doors had its lamp on. The security guard, a younger guy with a thick blue jacket and buzzed hair, was sitting inside. As I stepped out the door, he looked up, nodded at me, and opened the door to step out. "Need an escort tonight?" he asked casually. It was company policy now. He wasn't pushy about it, just doing his job. I looked over his shoulder toward the lot. My van was parked in the second row, maybe 20 meters away. I could see the faint outline of it from where I stood. It wasn't far at all. The lot itself was mostly empty, and nothing looked out of place. I shook my head and smiled. "No thanks, I can see my van from here. But maybe just keep an eye out while I walk over." He gave a thumbs up. "You got it." I started across the lot. My heels made soft clicking sounds on the concrete. The wind had picked up and was hissing slightly through the trees at the edge of the lot. I remember pulling my coat tighter around myself and thinking how much I hated this time of year. Too cold to be pleasant, not quite cold enough for the snow to make things pretty. I got to the van and clicked the remote to unlock it. The lights blinked. I opened the driver's side door, tossed my bag on the passenger seat, and climbed in. My knees cracked slightly as I sat down. The driver's seat creaked under my weight. I reached for the door and shut it with a heavy thunk. And then I heard it. "Let's be friends." The voice came from right behind my left ear. From the back seat. Not loud, but clear. Too clear. I didn't even think. My body acted before my mind caught up. I screamed, loud, raw, and threw the door open with such force that I smacked it against the side mirror. My purse and papers spilled across the front seat, but I was already out, running full tilt back toward the building. My shoes were slapping the pavement. I didn't even glance back. My chest felt like it was collapsing. My throat burned. I sprinted toward the guard, waving my arms. He was already moving. He saw my face and didn't hesitate. He met me halfway, hands out like he was expecting to catch me if I fell. "There's someone in my van." I yelled. My words were clumsy, half-choked. In the back seat, I heard a man's voice. He said something. "He's in there." The guard didn't ask questions. He immediately turned and started walking toward the van, one hand reaching for the flashlight on his belt, the other near his radio. I stood there panting, doubled over, hands on my knees. I felt like I was going to be sick. My whole body was shaking. He approached the van slowly, angled his flashlight, and shone it through the rear side window. Nothing. He went around to the back, opened the hatch, and peered inside. Then he started laughing. It wasn't a huge laugh, more like a sharp exhale and a grin. He called back to me, waving. I started walking back, still trembling, my breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. He pointed toward the back seat. That thing scared you. I looked in. It was my son's old Teddy Ruxpin. I stared at it, dumbfounded. Teddy Ruxpin, the animatronic talking bear from the 80s. It had big, glassy eyes and a little vest. It looked like a relic from some low-budget puppet horror film now. My son had brought it into the van a week or so earlier. I'd forgotten it was there. I remembered suddenly that it was sound-activated. Clapping, voices, loud noises, even the slamming of a car door. It must have been triggered when I shut the driver's door. And one of its phrases, one of its sweet, supposedly friendly phrases, was, "Let's be friends." I laughed then, at first just a little, the kind of weak, shaky laugh that comes after an adrenaline spike. Then harder. I leaned against the side of the van and let it all out. The fear, the embarrassment. I felt my legs go soft beneath me. My face was hot. I couldn't stop. The guard chuckled too, shaking his head. "You're not the first person to get scared like that," he said. I didn't doubt it. But in that moment, the combination of fear and relief hit me like a truck. I climbed back into the van slowly, took a moment to breathe, and then picked up the bear and set it in the footwell of the passenger seat. Its big eyes stared up at me. I could almost imagine it smirking. On the drive home, my hands still trembled a bit on the steering wheel. My thoughts were running wild. The what-ifs. What if it had been someone in the back seat? What if I hadn't heard anything at all? I found myself glancing at the rearview mirror more often than usual. At home, I placed Teddy Ruxpin on the kitchen counter and stared at it. I almost threw it away. Almost. When I told the story to my husband and kids, they laughed. I tried to laugh with them, and I mostly succeeded. But deep down, the fear had felt real. For those few seconds in the van, it had been absolutely real. The sound of a voice behind me in the dark. The pure terror of being trapped in a small space with someone unseen. It didn't matter that it wasn't a person. My body didn't know the difference. The next morning, I emailed the security office and thanked the guard by name. I told him I appreciated how quickly he responded and how seriously he took it, even after the truth came out. He replied a few hours later with a short message and a smiley face at the end. I also started taking the security escort offers more seriously after that, no matter how short the distance. It was a good reminder that even when you feel safe, even when you think you've thought of everything, fear can still find a way in. And sometimes, that fear isn't about what's actually happening. It's about what your brain thinks is happening in the dark, in a confined space, when your senses are heightened and you're alone. Teddy Ruxpin went back into the storage box in the garage. I haven't heard him say anything since. But I still don't get into my van without checking the back seat first. Every single time. Almost 30 years ago, something happened in my family that I still think about sometimes, and it has never really made sense to me. It's not a story about ghosts or magic, or any kind of fantasy. Just something strange that really happened. Something that felt so real and so unsettling at the time, it stuck with us all these years. I'm telling it now as it was told to me, as close as I can remember it, because it was something my aunt lived through with my little cousin, who was only 3 years old back then. My cousin had an imaginary friend named Bobby. At first, it seemed like a normal thing for a little kid. She would play and talk to Bobby for hours on end. She didn't just pretend he was there. She treated him like a real person. At mealtimes, she insisted that Bobby had a seat at the table, and her mother, my aunt, would just set a place for him out of habit, thinking it was harmless and would soon pass. There was even a cushion on the floor beside hers in the living room, so Bobby could sit next to her and watch television. It was a small cushion, placed carefully, just like Bobby was really there. At first, my aunt found it a little strange, even a bit awkward. She felt a creeping unease deep down, but told herself it was just a normal phase all kids go through. She tried not to show any worry. When she did start feeling uneasy, she went to the local library and found some books on child development and behavior, which reassured her that this kind of imaginary friend was common for children around that age. The book said it was a way for kids to practice social skills and deal with loneliness or stress. So she stopped worrying and just went along with it. A few months later, in the middle of a cold winter, things started to get complicated. My uncle had just started a new job that involved shift work, and his hours were unpredictable. On this particular night, he was working a night shift, which meant my aunt and my cousin were alone in the house. It was a small, neat house with a simple layout: living room, kitchen, and a staircase leading upstairs to the bedrooms. Everything was quiet, cold outside, but warm and calm inside. The time came for my cousin's bedtime. My aunt took her upstairs, the usual routine unfolding in the dim light of the hallway. My cousin asked, as she often did, if Bobby was going to bed too. Without thinking much, my aunt told her yes, that Bobby was going to bed just like she was. My cousin smiled and nodded, satisfied. They went to her bedroom, a small room with pale blue walls, toys neatly arranged on shelves, and a little bed covered in a colorful blanket. My aunt changed her cousin into pajamas and then sat with her on the bed. She read a bedtime story aloud, making sure to include Bobby by showing the pictures and saying good night to him as well. Then she tucked my cousin in, making sure the blanket was snug, and did the same for Bobby, folding the blanket over the cushion on the floor next to the bed, as my cousin had shown her. My aunt kissed her goodnight and left the room to go back downstairs for a cup of tea and to watch a little television before going to bed herself. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she heard my cousin shout from her bedroom that she had forgotten to turn off the bedroom light. My aunt sighed, knowing she had to go back upstairs to do that. She started back up the stairs, feeling the weight of the day on her shoulders. Just as she reached the top step, the bedroom light suddenly went off. Then my cousin's voice rang out clearly. "It's okay, Mummy." Bobby turned it off. My aunt stopped right there in the doorway, frozen. The light switch was high on the wall, well out of reach for a 3-year-old, and it was on the opposite side of the room from the bed where my cousin was tucked in. There was no way the little girl could have turned the light off by herself. For a moment, my aunt just stood there, feeling a chill creep up her spine and an overwhelming sense of confusion and fear. She wanted to rush in, check on her cousin, make sure everything was okay, but she couldn't move. It was as if something was holding her in place. Finally, she gathered herself and went into the bedroom. My cousin was still there, tucked in, eyes half closed, calm as ever. My aunt tried to keep her voice steady as she said goodnight again, then quickly left the room and went back downstairs. She immediately picked up the phone and called my uncle at work. Her voice was shaking, almost breaking, as she explained what had just happened. My uncle was alarmed by her tone and asked if he could leave early. His supervisor agreed, and soon he was on his way home. My aunt waited, feeling so terrified that she could barely breathe. She told me once that she was so scared, she didn't think she could have gone back upstairs, even if the house was on fire. She stayed glued to the couch, clutching the phone and waiting for my uncle. The next morning, my aunt sat down with my cousin to talk. She told her that Bobby couldn't stay anymore, that she didn't want her to play with him any longer. My cousin looked upset and said Bobby was sad about leaving but wanted to stay. My aunt lost her temper a little and told her firmly that Bobby had to go, and that was the end of it. For a few days, my cousin didn't say a word about Bobby. My aunt thought maybe it was over, that the strange episode was behind them. Then one day over lunch, my aunt casually asked what had happened to Bobby. My cousin looked at her with a serious expression and asked a question that made my aunt's blood run cold. She asked, "What is a bitch, Mummy?" My aunt was shocked. She asked her where she had heard such a word, telling her it wasn't something she should say. My cousin replied simply, "That's what Bobby said when he left, Mummy. He said he was leaving because of the bitch." My aunt never spoke about Bobby again after that. The word, the meaning behind it, and the impossibility of a 3-year-old learning that language so naturally from nowhere left her shaken. She didn't know what Bobby was or how he knew that word. It wasn't something any of them ever figured out, but it changed the way they saw that imaginary friend. Even now, when I think back to that story, it feels more like something real, something that shouldn't have happened. It wasn't about ghosts or fantasy. It was something far stranger because it involved a child's innocence mixed with something dark and unexpected. Bobby wasn't just an imaginary friend. Whatever he was, he left a mark on my family that night, one that none of us have ever been able to explain. I still remember that day clear as if it just happened yesterday, even though it was years ago. I was still in high school, working part-time running errands for a small business downtown in St. Louis. I had done this job for a while by then, so I was pretty comfortable with the city, even the rougher parts. Coming from a well-off suburb outside the city, I was used to quiet streets, manicured lawns, and the kind of neighborhood where you lock your doors, but don't really worry about much else. Downtown St. Louis was different, busier, louder, and yeah, a lot grittier, but I figured I could handle it. I'd grown up hearing that most of the city wasn't exactly safe, but it was just a place. You know, the kind of thing you hear on the news or from your parents, but you never really think about when you're young. You figure you're careful, and you'll be fine. That day, I was asked to go pick up some keys from a locksmith. The business I worked for needed a set of keys duplicated, or maybe it was a new lock installed. I don't remember the exact details. The locksmith shop was in a really bad part of the city, though, and I wasn't thrilled about it. It was one of those neighborhoods that people usually just avoid, where the streets don't get much foot traffic, and the buildings looked like they hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in decades. Graffiti was everywhere, some of it just scribbles, some of it gang symbols. Broken glass littered the sidewalks, and a lot of the houses and shops were boarded up or looked abandoned. It was the kind of place you only pass through if you absolutely have to, and I had to. I figured I'd just park nearby and walk a bit to the locksmith's. When I got there, though, I realized right away parking was going to be a problem. The locksmith shop was right off a major street, but there was no parking in front, no lot, no side street that was open. Just a narrow strip of sidewalk and a busy road. I drove around the block a few times, trying to find a spot, but all I saw were broken down cars, empty lots fenced off with rusted chain link, and some old houses that looked empty or worse. Eventually, I found a spot a few blocks away in a residential area. It wasn't a great place to leave a car, but it was the only option. The street was quiet, maybe even too quiet. The houses there were old and rundown, some with curtains half torn, others with porch lights flickering or completely off. I parked, double-checked that the doors were locked, grabbed my backpack and the keys I was supposed to bring, and started walking toward the locksmith. The walk wasn't long, but it wasn't comfortable. The sun was already beginning to dip, casting long shadows that made everything look darker and more threatening than it actually was. The air smelled like garbage and something else I couldn't quite place, something chemical or burnt. I passed a group of kids hanging out on a stoop, but they looked up briefly, then went back to whatever they were doing without bothering me. I kept my head down and my pace steady, trying not to look too lost or out of place. As I approached an intersection, I was about halfway there when suddenly I heard a car roar behind me. I turned just in time to see a white sedan barreling down the street, moving way too fast for the neighborhood, probably 40 miles per hour in a 20 miles per hour zone. The car blasted music so loud I could hear the bass booming through the pavement. It was one of those rap songs with heavy beats and harsh words that felt out of place in that quiet neighborhood. The sedan came up fast behind me, heading straight for the stop sign at the corner where I was crossing. Just as it got to the intersection, the driver slammed on the brakes with a screech that echoed off the cracked pavement and brick buildings. It was the fastest stop I've ever seen, from 40 to 0 in maybe 2 seconds. The car came to a hard halt a few feet from me, and the music cut off abruptly. 4 men were inside the car. All of them were big, solid guys, and they looked straight at me without saying anything at first. The windows were rolled down. The street was quiet again, except for the low hum of an engine idling and the distant sound of sirens from somewhere else in the city. I just kept walking. My heart was pounding, but I told myself to stay calm, to not look scared or worried. It wasn't the first time I'd been stared down by people in this city, even if the circumstances were different. But this was different. I felt the weight of their eyes, and for a moment, everything else, the fading sunlight, the smell, the broken streets, faded away. Then one of the men spoke, his voice low and rough. The words hit me like a slap, even though they weren't meant to threaten outright, but they carried an edge. I said what I had to, without hesitating, that I was just there to pick up some keys for work. I tried to sound confident, straightforward. The silence stretched for a long 5 seconds. Then the man said something about me being in a messed up part of town, and something about staying safe. I nodded and kept walking. The rest of the walk to the locksmith was quiet, but tense. I kept my head on a swivel, trying not to think about what might have happened if I'd been slower or more nervous. The locksmith shop itself was as nondescript as everything else around there, small, with a faded sign and a dusty window. I went inside, greeted the man behind the counter, and got what I needed without any fuss. The walk back to my car felt longer, and I kept checking over my shoulder more than once. The sun was almost gone now, the shadows swallowed the streets whole, and the sounds of the city seemed farther away. When I finally got back to the car, I locked the doors immediately and sat inside for a moment just breathing, trying to calm my nerves. I started the engine and drove back to downtown, stuck in traffic that felt slower than usual, my mind still running through every moment of the walk. When I got back to work and my boss asked how it went, I just said, "Fine." No one needed to know what I really felt. Even now, thinking back, it's not a story anyone would call scary, not really. But when you've been there, walking alone through a neighborhood where you don't belong, where one wrong step or the wrong look could change everything, it feels different. It's not about ghosts or monsters. It's about feeling small, vulnerable, and out of place in a world that doesn't want you there. That day taught me more than any lesson about fear or respect. It taught me how much the city can change the way you feel in your own skin, how much it can weigh on your shoulders even when nothing happens. Sometimes the scariest things aren't screams or shadows, they're the silence, the looks, and the things left unsaid. I remember the year 2011 like it was a foggy nightmare that I lived through more than once. I had finally admitted to myself that I had a real, serious problem with alcohol. It wasn't just the weekend drinking or a few beers after work anymore. It was every day, every hour, a constant fight not to drink myself into oblivion. I was losing control, losing myself, and I knew it was heading somewhere I didn't want to go. So I found myself walking into this AA club one evening, hoping to find some kind of lifeline. The place was nothing fancy. It was an old community building on a side street nobody really paid attention to. The windows were dusty, the paint on the door chipped, and it smelled like stale smoke and desperation. When I first showed up, it struck me that the doors were never locked. Day or night, it was always open, like some kind of refuge for people who had nowhere else to go. I never saw anyone guard it, no one checking who came or left. That was strange to me at first. I figured for a place dealing with people struggling with addiction, there'd be some kind of security, or at least locked doors at night. But no, the doors stood open like a silent invitation. Inside, the smell hit me again, cigarettes and coffee mixed with a faint scent of old wood and sweat. People were scattered around the room, some sitting quietly, others talking softly in small groups. It was quiet but alive, like the kind of place where broken things came to hang out. I quickly learned that smoking was allowed inside, and the ashtrays were full. That was another weird thing. I'd been trying to quit smoking for years, but here it was everywhere, and no one seemed to care. I began coming here more and more. The nights dragged on, and I found myself sticking around until the place emptied out at 2 a.m. I didn't drink there, that was the point, but I would sit, smoke too many cigarettes, and listen to the stories, the pain, the anger, and the hope that sometimes flickered in people's eyes. It was during these late nights that I met him, the crazy guy. I won't say his name because it doesn't matter. What mattered was that he was completely nuts, no two ways about it. He had wild eyes that darted around the room like he was watching things no one else could see. His hands trembled constantly, and he talked fast and loud, often saying things that made people uncomfortable. Most of the other regulars at the club either ignored him or outright avoided him. Some even looked scared. He had a way of setting people off without trying, and every once in a while, he'd snap at someone for no clear reason. But for some reason, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was because I was scared myself. Maybe because I saw in him a reflection of what I could become if I kept going down the wrong road. I figured he was just lonely, like I was, and maybe if I sat with him and listened, it would keep me from losing my mind too. I told myself it was about good karma. If I was nice to him, maybe the universe would give me a break someday. We started talking more and more during those late-night sessions. He'd ramble for hours, mostly about things that made no sense to me, but clearly mattered a lot to him. Sometimes he would complain about how everyone treated him like dirt. He said people were judgmental, cruel, and didn't understand what he was going through. I listened mostly, sometimes nodding along, sometimes trying to steer the conversation to less dangerous territory. The back of the club had a fire pit, a small ring of bricks filled with ashes and leftover coals. People would donate wood, and at night we'd build fires, burning what we could to keep warm or cook some food if anyone brought it. It was the only thing that felt a little normal in the whole place. A fire to stare at, smoke in the air, and the soft crackle of burning wood. One night, I was sitting there with the crazy guy, watching him poke at the glowing coals with a long stick. The end of the stick grew red-hot from the heat, and he waved it slowly over the ashes, muttering about how no one cared about him. He seemed more agitated than usual, his voice sharp and bitter. I'd known him for a couple of months by then, and I thought maybe it was time to try something different. I told him, as gently as I could, that maybe the reason people were scared of him was because of how he acted. I explained that people only know what they see. If you do scary things, they're going to be scared. That was the harsh truth. But he didn't want to hear it. He got angry fast, like I'd stabbed him or something. He refused to take any responsibility, insisting that everyone else was just being judgmental, that if he changed his behavior it would mean they were right and he was wrong. I kept pushing, telling him that no one knew anything about you except what you show them, that you can't blame people for being afraid if you give them a reason to be. His eyes darkened and his hands clenched. He stood up, still holding the hot stick, and without a word, he took it out of the fire and started waving it next to my head. I'm a tall guy, about 6 feet 2 inches, but I'm skinny, rail-thin, and I've always had a deep inferiority complex. In my head, I'm terrified of most people because I know how easily they could hurt me if they wanted to. It's a kind of paranoia that never really leaves you once it takes hold. I wasn't about to fight him, I just froze. He whispered, with that wild look in his eyes. I could jab this through your eye socket and kill you right now. No one else is here. You'd be dead, and I'd probably get away with it. I felt my body shake uncontrollably. Fear clutched my chest like a vice. I swallowed hard and tried to steady my voice as I asked him what I could do to stop him from doing it. He said simply, "You need to stop talking bad about me. I don't like it when people talk bad about me." I nodded, trembling, and I let him keep talking for hours after that, listening to his angry complaints, trying not to provoke him again. Eventually, another regular showed up, and I saw my chance to escape. I begged the newcomer for a ride home and told him what had happened. He was furious and tried to convince me to call the cops, but I didn't. I was too scared, too ashamed. That night, I realized how close I was to being lost completely, how fragile my grip on reality was, how easy it could be for someone else's madness to pull me under. I never went back to the club alone after that. I started reaching out slowly to people who actually wanted to help, who could see past the mess I was in without trying to scare me into submission. It took years, a lot of pain, and some hard choices, but I eventually got clean. That night with the crazy guy, the hot stick waving inches from my face, stayed with me like a warning. A reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're real people, real danger, and the dark places we let ourselves fall into. I learned to value my life, my safety, and my mind more than any desperate attempt at being nice to a stranger who might hurt me. And in the end, that was the only thing that saved me. About 9 or 10 years ago, I was friends with this guy who ran a land center inside an old shopping mall. It was one of those places where you could come on Friday nights, bring your own computer, and just hang out playing games all night long. His land center was packed every Friday. Friends of friends, people from school, even strangers who heard about the parties. It was loud, crowded, and chaotic in the best way, filled with excitement and the smell of cheap pizza and energy drinks. The center itself was tucked into a corner of the mall, way back behind all the main stores. You didn't enter through the front entrances of the mall, which had long since been shut down or boarded up. Instead, you had to use a back door that led into a small service hallway. That door was locked most of the time, and the only way in or out was through the night guard who sat in a small office right beside that door. He was this quiet guy who didn't say much, but was always there to unlock the door when we showed up or left. That Friday night was like any other. The place was packed with people, computers buzzing, voices overlapping, and music blasting. Everyone was in high spirits, excited to be there after a long week of school and work. I was running around taking drink and food orders from everyone, sodas, chips, pizza slices, whatever people wanted to keep their energy up for the gaming marathon. Around 9 p.m., I decided to step out to get the snacks and drinks before the nearby food courts and convenience stores closed for the night. I gathered everyone's orders and headed out the back door, expecting to be back in maybe 15 or 20 minutes tops. When I reached the door, I found it locked. It was one of those old heavy metal doors, and I figured maybe the guard was taking a break or something. I waited for a minute or so, then called out. The night guard appeared from behind the door of his office, probably startled by the noise. He looked tired and a little annoyed, but unlocked the door and let me out. I made my way to the nearest convenience store, grabbed everything on the list, and started heading back. When I returned to the back door of the mall, the guard was there waiting for me, standing outside his office. He opened the door, and I went back inside, bringing the snacks and drinks to everyone. At the time, nothing seemed off. It was just another busy Friday night. I remember the noise, the smells, the feeling of everyone having fun together. I stayed late, gaming with my friends, laughing and joking, completely unaware of what was happening just a few feet away. The weekend passed normally. I didn't think much about it until Monday afternoon. I had some free time after school, so I decided to stop by the land center for a bit before heading home. When I walked into the mall, the scene was completely different from what I expected. The place was crawling with police officers, uniformed cops and detectives milling around, blocking off entrances and talking quietly to each other. The stores were all shut, their shutters pulled down, and the smell that hit me was something I can't forget. It was a thick, awful stench, something sickening and chemical, the kind of smell that sticks to your skin and makes you want to gag. I didn't know what was going on at first. I asked a couple of officers if I could just quickly see inside the land center. They told me firmly that the mall was closed for investigation, and I couldn't stay long. I was confused and a little scared, but I left as they told me. That night, the news on TV finally gave some answers. They reported a murder had taken place in the shopping mall the past Friday night, the same night I was there. According to the report, the woman who managed the mall had found out that one of the night guards was stealing from the stores. When she confronted him, things turned violent, and he killed her in cold blood. The worst part was that he tried to hide the body. The news said he stuffed her in garbage bags and hid her in his locker inside the mall. They said forensics estimated the time of death to be around 9 to 10 p.m., exactly the same time I was out getting food and drinks for my friends. The news even showed a picture of the man they had arrested. When the image flashed on the screen, my heart stopped. It was the same night guard who had been there that Friday, unlocking the back door for me. The quiet man who barely said a word. The one who had been just a few feet away from me the whole time I was out. I couldn't sleep that night. Every detail of that night played in my head. The way the door was locked, how I had to call out for him. The look on his face when he let me out and then let me back in. The realization that the horrific crime had happened so close to me, and I hadn't seen a thing. The stench I smelled on Monday came back to me too. The same awful smell that had been trapped in the mall for days before it was cleaned up. I thought about the garbage bags, the locker, and how close I had been to the crime scene. The guard's office was right beside that back door, maybe only a few feet away. I kept wondering if I had seen something that night, but hadn't noticed it, or if the guard had killed her during the exact moment I was outside the mall. It's strange how normal everything seemed that night. The loud laughter, the sounds of keyboards clicking, the smell of pizza. But underneath it all, something so dark was happening without anyone knowing. The contrast between the fun we were having and the horror that was unfolding was something I can't shake. The police later said the guard confessed after they found evidence in his locker and after questioning him. They said the victim had been trying to protect the mall from his theft, and when she threatened to report him, he lost control. I still remember the way the news described the scene. The garbage bags stuffed into a locker, the horrible smell, the shock of the staff who had no idea what was going on just feet away. Since that day, I never went back to that mall or the land center. The place was boarded up not long after. The empty corridors and shuttered stores felt wrong, like something had died there along with the mall's life. Sometimes, when I think about it, I can still picture the guard's face, calm and unreadable, as he let me out that night. I wonder if he was the same calm when he did what no one expected him to do. Kill someone in cold blood just a few feet from where I stood. It's a reminder that terrible things can happen in the most ordinary places, at times when you least expect them. And sometimes all it takes is one moment, one trip out the door, to brush up against something dark that changes how you see the world forever. A few summers ago, my life felt like it was unraveling in ways I hadn't expected. It wasn't just the big things, like losing my husband's father to a massive heart attack, though that was devastating enough. It was also the smaller things that added up, like me getting laid off from my job. The combination of grief and uncertainty left me restless, and sleep became a stranger. Nights stretched long and empty, and I found myself awake in the quiet hours, moving through the house like a ghost. Our little home was tucked away out in the middle of nowhere, what folks might call BFE. There were woods all around us, dense and dark, and the kind of silence out here was thick and heavy, different from the noise of the city or even the suburbs. The closest neighbors were miles away, which meant if something was out of place, it was ours to deal with. That alone made me extra careful, especially after what happened. During those sleepless nights, I fell into a routine. Sometimes I'd sit at the computer, scrolling through the same websites, reading news articles, or looking up stuff I didn't really care about just to keep my mind busy. Other nights, I'd do chores that I didn't normally have time for. Cleaning the house, organizing the kitchen cabinets, and especially taking care of the guns and knives my husband and I kept. We both grew up with them, knowing how to use and maintain them, and after everything that happened, it felt necessary to keep them ready. Not just for hunting or protection, but for peace of mind. I'd take each piece out carefully, wipe down the metal, oil the parts, sharpen the knives until the blades glinted, all the while half expecting something bad to happen, as if preparing myself for it was the only way to keep it from happening. One of the more annoying problems we'd been dealing with lately was someone parking in our driveway. Not just once or twice, but regularly, especially at night. The weirdest part was no one ever got out of the car. Just a vehicle sitting there, engine off, lights off, and no explanation. Every time I called the sheriff's office, they showed up quickly, but when they arrived, there was no car, no sign of anyone. It was like the person vanished into thin air. It rattled me. I couldn't understand why someone would do that, especially out here, miles from any road with any kind of traffic. The driveway was just a gravel strip leading from the old dirt road to our small house, and it wasn't the sort of place where random strangers would stop without a reason. There had to be some reason, but I couldn't figure it out. My husband shrugged it off, saying maybe someone got lost or was casing the place. Either way, I wasn't willing to just let it slide. We kept the porch light on as much as possible, the outdoor motion sensor lights too, but it didn't seem to deter whoever was out there. One particular night sticks out clearly in my mind. It was late, and I was sitting right there in the living room, just the way I usually was during those long, lonely nights. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the faint tick of the clock on the wall. I was dressed simply in a tank top and underwear that had become my go-to outfit when I was home alone at night, the home defense uniform, as I half-joked to myself. I was sitting on the middle of the living room floor, cross-legged, cleaning my Smith & Wesson 12-gauge shotgun. Cleaning the shotgun was routine, but important. I had it apart in pieces, wiping down the barrel, the chamber, the stock, making sure there was no dust or residue that could cause problems. The smell of gun oil was sharp but oddly comforting. It grounded me in a way nothing else did at the time. The living room window beside me was open just a crack to let in some cool night air. The summer nights could be sticky, and I liked the fresh smell of the pine trees and dirt. I had a clear view of the driveway from where I was sitting. It was empty. No cars. No people. No headlights. Just the dark outline of the gravel path leading back into the shadows of the woods. I let out a slow breath, trying to steady my nerves. Maybe it was just a quiet night for once. Then I heard it. A faint rustling sound from outside the open window, like dry leaves brushing against something. Maybe a small animal moving through the underbrush. I dismissed it right away. Coyotes or raccoons were common around here. I'd seen their tracks in the mud near the edge of the woods during the day, and the sounds at night weren't unusual. But then I saw the hands. Two pale hands appeared, gripping the edge of the window screen. They weren't big hands, but strong enough, and they were trying to push the screen loose. My heart froze in place. The screen rattled as the hands worked at it, trying to pop it out. I didn't know I could move so fast. I remember my body reacting like it was on autopilot. The shotgun slipped into my hands, and before I even thought about it, I had chambered around with a swift click. My muscles tensed, and I vaulted over the coffee table in one fluid motion. The cold barrel of the shotgun pressed right up to the face of the person trying to break in. I saw the eyes, wide, shocked, panicked. The intruder jerked back, stumbling away from the window. I didn't hesitate. I kept the gun trained on the window until I was sure they had run off. For the next few minutes, I sat there in the dark, shotgun still in hand, breathing hard. My mind was racing. Who was this person? Why were they here? What did they want? The image of those hands trying to break and stayed burned in my memory. After that night, I didn't see the guy again. I reported the incident to the sheriff's office, gave them a description as best as I could, and they promised to keep an eye on the area. We made sure all the windows were locked tight from then on, and I kept the shotgun close every night. It took weeks before I could sleep without jumping at every sound outside. Every noise in the night made me look toward the window. Every shadow in the yard made my heart race. But eventually, the nights got easier, the silence less threatening. My husband never blamed me for being jumpy. He understood what we'd been through, the loss, the fear, the uncertainty. We made it through those dark times together, stronger in some ways, and more aware of what it means to protect your family. And that's the thing. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, it's not about ghosts or fairy tales. It's about real threats, real fears, and being ready when the night comes calling. It was one of those weekends where the air felt thick with that late summer heat, sticky but cooling down just enough as the sun started to lean westward. We were at the family cabins along the Delaware River, a place my wife's family had owned for years. Little weathered wooden cabins spaced out along a dirt road that stretched about a mile. They were simple cabins, not fancy by any means, but full of history and memories. Her family had spent decades there, coming back whenever they could, passing down stories about fishing in the river, late-night campfires, and the quiet hum of the woods surrounding the place. The kind of place where the nights are dark enough that you can't see your own hand in front of your face, and the silence feels almost alive. This time, we were there with her cousin and his wife. They were close to our age, both quiet people most of the time, but with that kind of easy laugh that makes you feel like you're hanging with old friends, even if you just met them. We all got along fine until, sometime in the afternoon, her cousin and his wife got into a fight. Nothing too loud, but the kind of argument that leaves a weird tension hanging in the air, the kind you can't ignore even if you try. The cousin said he needed some air and took off on a walk down the dirt road, leaving us behind at the cabin. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. The dirt road wasn't busy, mostly just the cabins and the river down past the end, and it was still early enough that we figured he'd be back before dinner. But hours went by. The sun started its slow fall toward the horizon, painting the sky with those pink and orange hues that make the woods glow in that eerie, soft light. My wife and her cousin's wife started to get worried. Neither of them had their phones on them, or if they did, the signal was so bad you couldn't rely on it. So they asked me to go out and find him before it got too dark. I grabbed a flashlight, though it was barely necessary yet, and set off down the road. The gravel crunched beneath my boots. The air was filled with the scent of wet earth and pine needles, and somewhere nearby, I could hear the soft trickle of the river. The cabins stood quiet, some with their windows dark, others with faint glows of indoor lights. I passed each one slowly, calling out his name, my voice cracking a little in the cool air. No answer. The dirt road ended near the edge of a nature preserve, an area with marked hiking trails that cut into the forest. The kind of place that looked inviting in daylight, but felt a little more intimidating as the shadows began to lengthen. I hesitated for a moment, standing there where the dirt road met the trees, listening to the wind rustle through the branches. Then I stepped onto one of the trails, the undergrowth crunching softly underfoot. I called his name again, louder this time. The woods seemed to swallow my voice whole. For a few moments, nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the creak of tree branches moving against each other. Then, from somewhere far ahead, a voice answered with a single word. Here. It was distant but clear, calm, familiar enough to be his, but something about it didn't sit right. I stopped and looked around. The trees towered above me, their leaves whispering secrets I couldn't hear. The trail twisted out of sight, curving deeper into the forest. I called again, a little sharper this time, telling him to come back to the cabin before it got dark. The voice answered again, here. Closer this time. I frowned. The voice was just far enough away that I couldn't see anyone, but close enough that I was certain it was meant for me. A small knot of irritation formed in my chest. I thought maybe he was messing with us, trying to be funny after the fight. So I started walking down the trail, calling out his name. The voice kept answering, sometimes just here, sometimes almost like a whisper. You come here. The words twisted in my gut, something off about them. The light was fading fast now. The sun was nearly gone, and the woods around me felt colder, the shadows darker and deeper. I kept my flashlight pointed ahead, the beam slicing through the thickening dusk, but the trail seemed to stretch endlessly into the trees, twisting and turning, growing more tangled with every step. The underbrush grew thick, branches scraping my jacket, and the air smelled wetter, like moss and decay. I stopped again, heart pounding, scanning the dim shapes between the trees. The voice called once more, "You come here." I turned sharply. No way I was going further in. It wasn't him. Whatever it wasn't my wife's cousin. I started back toward the road, stepping quicker, the flashlight bobbing with each hurried step. My mind raced, trying to explain the voice, trying to think of some logical reason. Maybe someone else was out here, some stranger or hunter trying to play a prank or worse. When I finally reached the dirt road, my footsteps felt too loud against the quiet. I didn't slow until I saw the faint glow of the cabin's porch light. As I approached, I spotted my wife and her cousin's wife sitting together, their faces pale and worried. I didn't say a word at first. I just sat down heavily on the porch step, the weight of what I'd heard pressing down on me. Eventually, I told them about the voice, how it called from the woods, how it wasn't him even though it sounded like it at first. The way it said, "You come here," like it wanted me to follow it into the darkness. Just then, the cabin door opened, and there he was, her cousin, calm as ever, sitting with a beer in hand like nothing happened. His eyes widened when he saw me. I could see the confusion and slight fear in his glance when I told him what I heard. We sat there in silence for a long time after that, the kind of silence that fills the space with questions no one wants to voice. The sky turned fully dark, stars starting to peek through the black velvet above. The woods were alive with night sounds, frogs croaking, owls hooting, the rustle of small animals moving in the brush. We never did figure out who or what was calling from the trail. The next day, we searched the preserve again in daylight, calling his name, following the trail as far as we could. Nothing. No footprints besides ours, no signs of anyone else. It was a reminder that the woods can hide a lot, people, sounds, even voices that don't belong. And sometimes when the light fades, things that seem familiar can suddenly feel very wrong. I don't know who was out there calling my name, but I'm sure glad I didn't follow it. Some things are better left in the dark. That night, like most nights, I should have been asleep hours ago. But here I was, sitting on my worn-out couch in the dark living room, the flickering glow of the TV casting long, shifting shadows against the peeling wallpaper. It was past midnight, and the house was supposed to be quiet. Except it never really was. Not for me. I've never been one to sit comfortably in silence, especially not in this house. And really, in any house I've lived in. Because I have this long, strange history with places I've called home. Old houses where things happen, things you can't explain, things that make you question your own mind. This house, the second one I lived in growing up, was supposed to be normal. A simple, modest place in the next town over. But normal didn't last long. Not for me. I remember being a kid, living in that first house way up north in Illinois. It was old as dirt, creaky, and full of quirks you notice more when you're little, and less so when you're grown, except I never stopped noticing. Back then, every night as I lay in bed, I'd hear this soft singing. Not loud, not clear words, just a quiet, melodic humming or lullaby drifting through the air. It felt soothing, oddly comforting, even though it was strange. My mom never heard it. Sometimes she was asleep, sometimes she was gone, but the singing would start just as I was drifting off to sleep. It stopped when I was fully asleep, and I never heard it in the morning. I tried telling my family, but they just smiled and said I had a vivid imagination. But the truth was, the house was full of strange noises and weird moments. I saw things out of the corner of my eye. Flickers of movement in empty rooms. Shadows that didn't belong to anyone. Once, I was sitting in the living room on the second floor, and I caught a glimpse of a man standing outside my window, just looking in. He didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching. I froze, heart pounding, but when I blinked, he was gone. Nobody else saw him. I couldn't sleep for days after that. But that was the first house. The second one, the one in the next town, that's where things got worse. Not just weird or creepy, but violent and downright terrifying in ways I'm still trying to understand. One night, I was sitting on the couch, watching some dumb reality show that nobody really wanted to watch. It was just there to fill time until something better came on. but nothing ever did at that hour. My dog was curled up beside me, her steady breathing the only comfort in the silence. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang from the hallway that led to the garage door. The way the house was laid out, there were two hallways that formed a circle connecting the living room to the kitchen. That bang was sharp and unexpected, like someone slammed the door hard enough to shake the walls. My dog and I both turned our heads sharply toward the sound. I told myself it was probably just the wind, or maybe a branch hitting the side of the house. But something in my gut told me it was more. 30 minutes later, the bang came again, louder this time. I heard the door swing open about 90 degrees, that creaking, heavy sound that meant something was out of place. My dog stood up, ears perked, staring into the dark hallway. I was scared. I grabbed the closest thing I could find to defend myself, a shoe, because I was dumb and panicked, and I took the other hallway to approach the door from the side, trying not to get caught off guard. I got there and looked around. Nobody was there. The door was locked, and the back door leading outside was locked, too. Nothing to see, nothing to hear except the faint hum of the house settling and my dog's quiet panting. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. I stayed up the rest of the night, gripping that shoe like it was a weapon, watching every shadow, waiting for something to happen. Another time, I was lying in bed, talking to my brother who was on the computer in our shared room. We didn't have a proper door for a while, just a curtain that hung unevenly because we couldn't keep the rod up. I was half listening when I noticed something. I sat up, looking over at him. That's when I saw it, a white figure, just shoulders, neck, and head, peering around the edge of the doorway. But the doorway wasn't really a doorway. There was less than 3 inches of space between the curtain and the wall. It was impossible for someone to stand there without squeezing through my sister's room. I blinked and the figure was gone. My heart was pounding. I never told my brother. I didn't want him to think I was crazy. And here I am now, years later, sitting at this desk, typing this story. I'm trying to make sense of it all. Trying to explain these moments that haunt me. Because tonight, right now, I can feel that same unsettled feeling creeping up my spine. I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows shifting just beyond the reach of the light. My dog growled low and deep a few minutes ago, staring at the window. I could have sworn I saw someone standing just beyond the glass, but when I looked again, nothing was there. Why am I doing this? Why am I reading stories like this at night when I'm prone to paranoia? When my brain is already wired to jump at every little noise? The rational part of me tells me it's nothing, that it's all just tricks of the mind. The way shadows play in the dark, the wind rattling the trees outside, my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. I try to remind myself that every creak, every bump, has a perfectly normal explanation. But I also know my history. I know the truth of these houses I lived in, the feeling of eyes watching from the dark, the cold breath on the back of my neck, the impossible things I saw that no one else did. Tonight, I'm not just scared, I'm tense, every muscle wound tight as a spring, every sense heightened like I'm waiting for something to happen. I'm looking out the window now. The street is empty, the yard bathed in moonlight. No one there, just trees and shadows. I want to believe it's nothing, but I'm locking every door again, checking every window, making sure the dog is close. Because even if it's nothing, my mind won't let me rest until I'm sure. And maybe that's the scariest thing of all. Not the ghosts or figures or bangs in the night, but the fact that sometimes, no matter how hard you try, your own mind becomes the thing you're most afraid of. So I'll sit here a little longer, staring into the dark, listening to the silence that feels anything but silent. And I'll wait for dawn. I was out snowshoeing on a cold winter morning, a few miles from a small northeastern town in Oregon. The sky was just lightening, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, casting a pale, cold light across the fresh blanket of snow. About 4 inches of it had fallen overnight, covering the forest floor and everything around me in a pristine, untouched layer of white. The air was crisp and biting, the kind that makes your breath come out in little puffs of vapor. Everything was silent, the kind of silence you don't hear in the city. Not even a single bird, not a whisper of wind through the trees, just a heavy, eerie quiet that pressed down on me like a weight. The forest was dense with tall pine and fir trees, their branches heavy with snow, bending slightly under the weight. I had chosen this spot for its remoteness, a place where few people ventured during winter. I wanted the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts and the wilderness. But as I moved deeper into the woods, that solitude started to feel different. The quiet was unsettling. It wasn't peaceful. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, watching me. I could almost feel eyes on my back, a presence lurking just beyond my line of sight. I stopped for a moment and looked around. The snow muffled any distant sounds, but my senses were heightened. The cold air sharpened every smell, every small noise, but there was nothing. No animals, no birds, no sound of wind. Just the stillness. I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe it was just my imagination, or the way the forest looked in the early morning light, with shadows stretching long and dark between the trees. Still, a shiver ran down my spine. I continued walking, my snowshoes crunching softly through the fresh snow, leaving a trail of prints behind me. The rhythm of my steps and the sound of snow underfoot began to calm me a little. I was alone. That was what I told myself. Just me and the forest. But then I stopped abruptly. I glanced down at my tracks and saw something strange. Just behind my right footprint, there was another print. It was human-sized, maybe a little bigger, but there was something odd about it. For one, there was only a right print, no left. The print wasn't pressed deep like mine, which sank almost 4 inches into the snow. This print was shallow, maybe only about 2 inches deep. It looked like someone had stepped lightly, almost floating on the snow. That was the first thing that made my skin crawl. I looked ahead, scanning the trees and the snow-covered ground for any sign of another person. But there was nothing. No footprints before mine. These prints appeared suddenly about 20 or 30 feet behind me, spaced out in irregular intervals of about 10 feet or so. Then they stopped just near the place where I had stopped to turn around. I felt my heart start to pound in my chest. I was alone, but something was following me, or had been. I turned slowly, scanning the area behind me, but the forest remained silent and still. The snow was untouched except for the prints in mine. No other signs. No broken branches, no disturbed snow. The prints were baffling. How could someone have walked behind me in snow that was 2 feet deep and only left shallow right footprints every 10 feet? No left prints, no drag marks, no signs that someone had tried to move carefully. Just a right print, spaced far apart like a slow, heavy step. I took a deep breath and tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an animal? But the shape was clearly human, and animals don't walk with only one foot. Maybe the wind or snow had partially covered the left prints. But the snow was fresh, untouched, and thick. That made no sense either. Maybe some kind of animal had stepped into the right prints, but that seemed unlikely. I felt a cold wave of fear settle over me. It was the kind of fear that comes from not understanding something, from realizing that the natural rules I trust don't seem to apply here. I was being watched. I was being followed. But by what? And why hadn't I heard it? I didn't stay to figure it out. I turned around fully, deciding to head back to my car. The forest had suddenly become too large, too empty, too quiet. I wanted the safety of the open road, the warmth of the car, the normal sounds of civilization. As I made my way back, I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see a figure or hear footsteps. But the forest held its silence, the snow untouched except for my own prints. The prints behind me were gone now, no new ones appearing. Whatever had made them wasn't close anymore, or it never had been close in the first place. The walk back felt longer. Every shadow, every tree seemed to shift and move in the dim light. The cold air felt sharper, the silence heavier. I quickened my pace, my snowshoes cutting through the snow with more urgency. When I finally reached the clearing where I had left my car, relief flooded me. I slid off the snowshoes and stepped inside the warm vehicle, locking the doors behind me. Outside, the forest stretched dark and silent, but I felt safe at last. I stared out the window for a long time, wondering about those prints. What had made them? How had it walked only on one foot, in such deep snow, without leaving other signs? Had it been following me all along, or had the prints been there before I started? There was no clear answer. The experience stayed with me, gnawing at my mind. I've returned to that forest since, but I never found those prints again. I never saw anything else unusual. The forest was just forest. But that morning, with the strange prints behind me, the heavy silence, and the feeling of being watched, left a mark that I can't explain, and probably never will. The woods don't owe me an explanation, but I know that some things don't fit the usual rules. Sometimes, you just feel something that doesn't add up, something that chills you to the bone because it breaks the logic you hold on to. And that's enough to make you want to leave the forest behind, even if you don't know what exactly scared you. I still think about it, about those prints. Maybe it was some strange trick of nature, a rare animal, or the wind playing with the snow in a way I couldn't see. Maybe it was something else entirely, something that moves quietly through the forest, watching from the shadows, but never fully revealing itself. Whatever it was, I don't want to meet it again. And I'm careful now when I step into the snow, always checking behind me, always listening for the quiet that feels too quiet. Because some things are best left unexplained. In the early 80s, my dad was involved with a woman named Jane. At least, that's what I'll call her, because her real name isn't important. What matters is what she brought into our lives, and how her presence left a mark that lasted well beyond the end of whatever they had. My dad and Jane were close enough that they almost got married. Almost. But something didn't work out. I never knew all the details. My dad didn't talk about Jane much, especially about what happened after things ended. But from what I gathered growing up, Jane didn't let go. Not even close. Jane really loved my dad, or at least she was obsessed with him. The kind of obsession that doesn't fade when someone says goodbye. And her mother, Jane's mother, was just as obsessed, maybe more so. I remember this strange feeling in the house, a kind of quiet tension that wasn't normal. Like we were being watched, but no one said it out loud. It was years later that I found out the truth. In the first year after my parents got married, they rented a mobile home. It was small, nothing fancy, but it was their place. A fresh start. But then the strange things began to happen. One night, or maybe it was a few nights, Jane broke in. Not once, but multiple times. I don't know exactly how she got in, but she did. My parents would come home and find the kitchen rearranged. Little things moved here and there. The bathroom too. Nothing was stolen, but it was clear someone had been inside. Someone who knew the house well enough to move things without breaking anything. That wasn't the worst part. Years later, at a different place my parents rented, Jane broke in again. This time she left a tube of red lipstick on the couch. It was the kind of lipstick that stained, the kind that sticks around like a reminder. On the kitchen counter, she left a cold Dr. Pepper. My parents were die-hard MT Dew fans. They never drank anything else. So finding a Dr. Pepper there was strange and out of place. It was like she was saying, I was here. A warning, maybe. Or a twisted kind of message. It wasn't just the break-ins. Jane was always around, watching. I have no doubt she drove by the house, waiting for my parents to come or go. She probably timed it. She might have sat outside for hours. That's how desperate she was to stay connected, even if it was in a way that terrified my family. The phone calls started too, dozens of them. Jane calling, but not saying a word. Just silence, then hanging up. My dad never picked up. I never heard him talk about what happened on the other end of those calls, but I bet there was more than just silence. Her obsession extended beyond my dad. Jane's mother got caught up in this mess too. She was even worse in her own way. I remember one Christmas shopping trip when I was about 9 years old. We went to Walmart, like we did every year, to get gift bags. We spent hours going through different sections, filling the bags with little presents for family and friends. It was a big deal for us. But that day, I kept seeing the same older woman over and over. She was always just out of reach, walking past the aisles, looking at us. I didn't know who she was, but something about her made me uneasy. I remember telling my mom about it later, but she didn't say much. It wasn't until that night that everything clicked. That evening, my dad's phone rang. It was Jane's mother. She was crying, sobbing really. She apologized over and over for following us around the store. She said something strange, that we were supposed to be her grandchildren. I didn't understand what she meant then. She rambled on, saying things that made no sense. I overheard some of it, even though they tried to keep it quiet. It was like she had lost her mind, caught up in her own grief and obsession. The weirdness didn't stop there. The next summer, my brother and I were outside playing in the backyard. We were just kids, running around, pretending, having fun. Then this woman appeared. She was wearing khaki pants, a polo shirt, and sunglasses. She had a clipboard with her. She strolled up like she belonged there and said, "Hi guys." She started looking at the power meter on the side of the house, standing about 20 feet away from us. My mom was inside, doing laundry. She saw the woman through the window and came outside. They exchanged a few friendly words, Nothing suspicious at the time. The woman wrote down a few notes on her clipboard and left quickly. We didn't think anything of it. It felt like a normal visit from some utility worker. But 3 days later, the real power company guy came by. My mom stopped him and asked who he was. He showed her his ID and told her no one had come to check the meters before him. The power company had no female staff working on meter readings. We realized then the woman with the clipboard wasn't who she said she was. She had been there, pretending to work for the power company. The scary part was that she never said who she was or what she was doing, just watching. After that, we learned Jane might have been behind it. Maybe she talked one of her friends into this strange surveillance. Maybe she had bigger plans. I heard whispers later that she may have even tried to arrange something worse, a kidnapping. My brother was only 5 then, me a little older. No one told us any of this until we were teenagers. Imagine that, knowing someone was watching you, maybe following you, and you didn't even know it. The idea that Jane or her mother might have shown up at school events, family gatherings, or public places to watch us is the creepiest part. How many times did we pass by someone who was watching, waiting, planning? I sometimes wonder if those moments we thought were random, a face in the crowd, a car parked a little too long, were actually part of that stalking. It's hard to describe the feeling of knowing your childhood was invaded like that. The constant fear that maybe it wasn't just Jane and her mother. Maybe there were others involved. But we never saw any of it directly. It was all behind the scenes, like a shadow we didn't understand until much later. Looking back, the break-ins, the phone calls, the lipstick on the couch, those were all warnings. Jane was sending messages, making sure my parents knew she hadn't given up. And with her mother's obsession, it was like a twisted family business of stalking and control. Eventually, the nightmare stopped. My parents moved away, changed numbers, and tried to rebuild their lives. Jane faded into the background. We never heard from her again, but the scars stayed. Now, when I think about those years, I realize how lucky we were. Lucky that nothing worse happened. That the kidnapping, if it was ever planned, never came to pass. Lucky that my parents were strong enough to keep us safe, even when the danger was invisible. The lesson I take from it all is this. Sometimes the most terrifying things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're real people with real obsessions and real dangers. And sometimes those dangers hide in plain sight. That night still sticks in my mind, clear as if it happened yesterday, even though it was way back in 2007. It was December, cold outside, the kind of chill that sneaks under your skin and makes you want to stay wrapped up in blankets with something warm to drink. I was young then, probably around 16 or 17. Just a regular Saturday night, no big plans, nothing special. My friend and I had decided to hang out at my place, play some video games, and just chill. Nothing complicated. The kind of night you look forward to when the week's been long and dull. I remember setting everything up in the living room. We had my old console hooked up to the big TV that my parents got a couple of years before. Not the newest or flashiest system, but it did the job. We grabbed some snacks from the kitchen, popped open a couple of Cokes, and settled in. The lights were dimmed just enough to not hurt our eyes, but still see the screen clearly. Outside, the wind was making the bare branches scrape against the window, that dry, hollow sound that always makes a place feel more empty. We started playing, some goofy co-op game where you fight monsters or whatever. The kind of game you don't take seriously, but that's fun because you're just laughing and yelling at each other when things go wrong. The couch was old and sagging in the middle, with a blanket tossed over one arm. The room smelled like popcorn, soda, and that faint scent of the wood from the floor. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the doorbell rang. It wasn't common for anyone to come by that late, especially since it was dark outside. My parents were out of town, and it was just me and my friend. Neither of us was expecting anyone. I remember feeling a little curious, but mostly cautious. The doorbell in our house was this old-fashioned chime, loud and clear, echoing through the quiet house. I paused the game and got up, stretching a bit. The door in our house is a bit fancy. It's made of wood, but has these narrow window panes all down the sides and a big glass panel right in the middle. It's the kind of door where you can look through and see who's there before you open it. Pretty handy for people who live alone or don't want strangers barging in. I walked over to the door and looked out. It was around 8 p.m., so completely dark outside, except for the streetlight by the end of our driveway. The glow from that streetlight cast long shadows over the front lawn, bending and twisting over the grass and the old maple tree near the sidewalk. I looked carefully, expecting maybe to see the mailman or a neighbor, but there was no one. The porch was empty. Then I noticed something strange. Just beyond the reach of the streetlight, a shadow seemed to shift in a way that didn't quite match the other shadows around it. For less than 3 seconds, I swear I saw the silhouette of a tall man standing just outside the lawn, the shape dark and solid, but without any details, just a shadow made darker and stretched long by the light behind it. It wasn't a person standing there. It felt like the shadows themselves had morphed into a figure. It was odd, but I figured it was just my eyes messing with me. Maybe my mind was playing tricks in the dark. Shadows can do that, especially on a cold night when you're half expecting something to happen. I shrugged it off and went back to the living room, ready to resume the game. The hours went by. We played and played, the sounds of our laughter and the game filling the room. We shared stories, joked around, and took turns trying to beat the level we were stuck on. My friend ran out of Coke, and being the decent host, I decided to get more from the kitchen. I got up, stretched my legs, and headed out of the room. This is where things started to feel wrong. As I stepped into the hallway, the ceiling lights flickered just a little, like they sometimes did when the power was a bit off. But this time, the flicker wasn't random. The light seemed to stretch and shift, casting the same strange shadow I had seen outside. Only this time it was right there in the hallway. The shadow formed on the ceiling and walls, like the shape of that tall man made from darkness itself. It moved subtly, almost like it was breathing or shifting in the light. I stopped in my tracks, my heart starting to beat a little faster. The feeling that I wasn't alone in the house crawled over me like cold fingers. I stepped back slowly, not wanting to turn my back on it, but wanting to get away all the same. I called out to my friend in the other room, voice a little shaky, hoping he would say something and break this weird spell. And then suddenly, the lights went out. Everything went black. The house was silent except for my breathing and the faint sounds of the game still playing on the TV. I felt panic rising up, the kind that makes your skin crawl and your legs freeze. I screamed, not a full-out scream, but a sharp, startled shout. I ran back to the living room, heart pounding, eyes wide in the dark. When the lights flickered back on a few seconds later, the shadow was gone. The hallway was just a hallway again, with normal walls and a boring ceiling. No silhouette, no shifting dark figure. Nothing to explain what I had just seen. We didn't talk about it much after that. We finished the game quietly, and I kept looking over my shoulder the rest of the night. The memory of that shadow stuck with me, the way it moved, the way it seemed to hang there in the light, refusing to be ignored. I know it sounds like the kind of thing a kid would make up or exaggerate after reading too many scary stories or watching too many movies. Maybe I was tired, maybe my eyes were playing tricks. But the way the shadows moved, the timing of the doorbell, the way the lights went out right after, it all felt too real to just be coincidence. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural. I'm a practical person, the kind who looks for logical explanations for things. But that night made me wonder, because some things don't have easy answers. Some moments stick with you not because they make sense, but because they don't. Even now, years later, when I walk past a window on a dark night or hear a strange sound, I think about that night. I think about the shadow, how it wasn't a person but felt like one, and how the house suddenly felt less like a safe place and more like a place where things can change without warning. The world is full of mysteries, and sometimes, even when you want to explain them away, they refuse to be explained. That's why I believe there's something out there, something we don't fully understand, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. And that belief started on that cold December night, standing alone in a dark hallway, staring at a shadow that shouldn't have been there. Back in high school, I was on the cheer squad. Not the loud, center of attention type of cheerleader, but still part of the team. Every summer before school started, we'd all go to cheer camp. This one year, the camp was held at a local university. A few days of intense practice, learning new routines and stunts, and competing against other schools. I wasn't really excited about it, but I knew it was part of being on the team. I wasn't your typical cheerleader. I liked my own space. When the others were all loud and crazy during downtime, I preferred to be alone. I didn't go to parties or join the big group hangouts. Instead, I'd sit in the dorm room I shared with 2 other girls, put on music or read, and just zone out. I liked quiet better. Our dorm hallway was kind of old, but not creepy. The walls were a little scuffed up, and the floors creaked in places. Our room was near the end of the hall, and the door opened into a small, square room with 2 single beds pushed against opposite walls and a shared closet between us. The window was right next to my bed, and from it, you could see the courtyard outside where we practiced during the day. The courtyard had this white gazebo that stuck out right in the center. It was pretty, but I always thought it looked a little out of place in such a plain college yard. The other girls in our group always hung out together across the hall. Their room was almost always open, music blasting, laughing and yelling and messing around. I didn't mind them, but I liked to keep my door closed so I could have some peace. Sometimes I'd hear the faint sound of music or chatter through the cracks, but it was far enough away to not bother me. One afternoon, I was lying on my stomach on the floor right in front of my boombox, my head turned away from the dorm door, completely absorbed in the book I was reading. The room was quiet except for the soft music playing. Suddenly, I heard a female voice whisper right behind me, clear as day. "Turn around." I froze for a second, then slowly turned my head. No one was there. The door was closed. The room was empty except for me and my 2 roommates who were out somewhere. I shrugged it off. Maybe I misheard something from the hallway. I went back to my book, settling into my spot again. A few minutes later, the voice whispered again, louder this time. "Turn around." My heart sped up a little. This time, I figured it was one of the girls outside, maybe trying to be funny or weird. I got up and opened my door to check the hallway, but the hall was empty. The other room across the hall was closed, no sounds coming from inside. No one was there. The quiet was heavy. I closed my door and sat back down. Then it happened again. The voice, clear and urgent. "Turn around." But this time, there was something else. 2 hard taps on my right shoulder. Sharp, quick taps, like someone had touched me. I jumped up, startled and a little freaked out. I looked all around the room. Nothing. No one. My roommates weren't back yet, and the place was empty. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to convince myself I imagined it, or maybe it was a trick of the mind. But I knew that feeling. The taps had been real. I walked over to the closet closest to the dorm door. The closet was shared between our room and the coach's room next door, with a door that connected them. I opened it slowly, peering inside. It was dark and empty, just old hangers and some forgotten clothes. No one hiding there. The hairs on my neck prickled. I didn't want to be alone in the room anymore. I grabbed my stuff and headed across the hall. The other girls were there, sitting on their beds, listening to music, doing their own thing. The loud chatter was a welcome relief from the silence that had been suffocating me. I told my friend about it. She was really into paranormal stuff and ghosts, the type who watched all the ghost hunting shows and believed in spirits. She kept telling me I should tell everyone about what happened, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to be the girl who freaked everyone out over something that might have just been my imagination. That night was the last night of camp. The coach and one of her friends gathered us around the common area, telling ghost stories. It was part of the camp tradition, a way to bond and have fun, but also to scare each other a little. The last story was about the area we had been practicing in, right in front of that white gazebo outside my window. The coach said it was built by some rich family who donated money to the university, made specifically for their daughter's wedding. But the daughter found out her fiancé was cheating on her, and in despair, she hung herself from that very gazebo. The coach's voice got quiet and serious as she told the story, and for a moment, the smiles and laughter faded from her face and her friends. That was the first time I realized the gazebo had been the first thing I noticed when I was assigned my dorm room. I looked out the window at it, the white paint peeling a little, the ironwork delicate but rusty. That night, no one wanted to sleep in that dorm room. Everyone moved to other rooms or couches. I went back to my room with my 2 roommates, but we all stayed up late, lights on, not wanting to be alone. I didn't hear the voice again, and no one else reported anything strange, but that moment stayed with me. That feeling of being watched, the taps on my shoulder, the whisper that no one else could hear. In the end, I never figured out what it was. Maybe someone was messing with me from the next room or the hallway, but with the hall empty and the closets checked, it didn't add up. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, heightened by the stories and the weird vibe around the gazebo. Whatever it was enough to remind me that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or spirits. They're the unexplained moments that mess with your head, the sudden feeling that you're not as alone as you thought, and the stories people tell that change how you see a place forever. I never went back to that dorm room again. When I was in high school, I had a ton of hair. I mean, really thick, long hair that seemed to have a life of its own. I still do, but back then it was even more of a thing, a heavy curtain that I had to wrestle with every day. Washing it took forever, drying it was a nightmare, and styling it was an entire event. One night after I finished showering, I did what I usually did when I wanted to keep it out of my face. I piled it all up into a massive, wet bun on top of my head. It was awkward and heavy, but it worked for the moment. Then I decided to go over to my friend Rachel's house so she could style it for me. Rachel was into hairstyling, like really into it. She wanted to be a professional hairstylist one day, and she was always practicing on herself or anyone who'd let her. Her house was a little way out in the country, down a long dirt road that was more of a narrow trail than an actual road. You couldn't really see much once you got off the main highway. Trees leaned in close on either side, their branches brushing the roof of the car, making everything feel tight and closed in. It was quiet, too quiet, except for the occasional sound of crickets or the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I'd walked that trail plenty of times before, but that night it felt different. Heavier somehow, like the darkness wasn't just the absence of light, but something almost alive pressing down on the world. When I got to Rachel's house, I stepped inside and made my way to her room. She had this big vanity with lights running down the sides of the mirror, the kind you'd see in salons or on movie sets. The bulbs glowed bright and warm, casting a soft light that made everything in the room feel sharp and clear, yet somehow comforting at the same time. I sat down in front of it, waiting for Rachel to start working on my hair. She began by undoing the giant wet bun I'd made, pulling apart the thick strands of hair and shaking them loose. That was when I noticed it. At first, it was just a flicker of movement near the top of my head, a tiny, fast blur that made me blink twice. Then more appeared, slowly rising from the dense nest of my hair. Moths, wasps, and bees, hundreds of them it seemed, bursting upward like a sudden cloud of tiny wings. They flew around my head in an erratic dance, buzzing softly but urgently, like they had just been disturbed from a deep sleep. I froze, my eyes wide as I watched the insects ascend in the air above me. It looked like they were floating, almost angelic in the way they rose, but the reality was far from peaceful. Their wings beat frantically, and some of the wasps darted dangerously close to my face. I tried to stay calm, not wanting to flinch or panic because I was sure if I moved suddenly, I'd get stung. The smell of shampoo mixed with the earthy scent of the bugs, an odd, almost sickening combination that made my stomach twist. I'd never thought about how insects might see wet hair like that, a big warm nest, soaked in the sweet smell of shampoo, perfect for hiding or laying eggs. My hair, which I always saw as a blessing or sometimes a curse, was now a literal trap, a home for things I'd never invited. The moment felt like time slowed down, and I could feel the weight of every single wing beat, the tension in the room thick enough to choke on. Rachel was frozen too, her hands halfway through undoing the bun. She was usually calm and quick with her fingers, but now she seemed unsure, like she wasn't sure what to do. The bugs were swarming around us, and the soft buzzing sound was almost hypnotic, but nerve-wracking at the same time. I finally reached up slowly, trying to brush some of them away without causing too much commotion. The wasps scattered, some flew straight into the vanity lights, which made a few sudden pops and tiny sparks. A sharp, burning smell filled the room for a moment, and my heart jumped. I didn't want to get stung or hurt, and I sure didn't want Rachel to get hurt either. The bugs started to settle down after a while, drifting away toward the open window. I could see them disappearing into the night sky outside, the dark silhouettes of the trees beyond framing their flight path. My skin was crawling, and my heart was still pounding. The whole experience felt surreal, like I'd stepped into some kind of nightmare that had nothing to do with ghosts or monsters, just nature, wild and unpredictable. After that night, I never put my hair into a wet bun again without checking it carefully first. I learned that sometimes the smallest things, like bugs hiding in your hair, can scare you more than any ghost story. And I realized that the quiet country nights, the trails through the trees, and even the cozy little houses with bright vanities can hide moments that feel completely out of control, just waiting for you to stumble into them. That night stayed with me. Every time I saw moths fluttering around a light or heard the buzz of a wasp, I remembered the way they'd risen from my hair, and how something as ordinary as a shower and a hairstyle could turn into a small but terrifying ordeal. It wasn't supernatural or magical. It was just real life, showing me that nature can surprise you in ways you never expect, and sometimes you have to face those surprises head-on. About 5 years ago, one evening, my dad and I were sitting in the living room watching Stargate SG-1. It was one of those quiet nights where everything outside felt still, the kind of stillness that makes every little sound stand out. The house was old, really old, and full of character, creaky floorboards, thick wooden window frames, and the smell of aged wood mixed with a faint hint of dust that no amount of cleaning ever seemed to get rid of. It was the kind of place where you could almost hear the walls holding onto every sound that had ever passed through. The TV was on, volume low, but clear enough for us to catch every line. Dad had been really into Stargate for a while, and I'd joined in, partly because it was one of the few shows we both liked watching together. It was about 8 or 9 p.m. The sky outside was dark, and through the windows, I could just make out the tops of the trees that surrounded our house on the hill. We had lived here a long time, and we both knew that almost no one ever came to the front door. Everyone who came to visit, family or friends, always used the side door, which was easier to get to. The front door was kind of old-fashioned and hard to reach. You had to walk up a pretty steep path and climb several steps just to get there. It was almost like the front door was more for show, part of the house's history, not for everyday use. Suddenly, there was this loud, firm knocking at the front door. It was so loud and unexpected that it made both of us jump a little. We froze for a moment, exchanging confused glances. I remember thinking, who could that be? It was late, and no one we knew ever knocked there. The sound wasn't gentle, it was almost urgent, like someone really wanted to get in or get our attention. Dad was the first to get up. We both walked over to the door, our footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor. The knocking came again, steady and sharp. Dad's hand reached for the old brass handle, and with a small creak, the door swung open. Standing there was an old lady. She looked frail, much thinner than most elderly people I had seen, like her bones were pressing against thin, wrinkled skin. Her hair was white, but not neatly styled. It stuck out in soft wisps like it had been caught in the wind. Her clothes were simple and worn, a plain dress that hung loosely on her frame. I noticed her shoes first, old-fashioned, scuffed, and worn at the edges. She didn't say anything right away. She just stood there, looking at us with a strange, quiet expression. My dad and I exchanged a quick, puzzled glance. We both felt the same questions spinning in our heads. First, the knocking. It couldn't have been her. She looked far too frail to have knocked so loudly. Second, and more confusing, was the fact that our house sits on a hill. Getting to that front door meant climbing a winding path and a set of steps that were pretty steep. There was no way, we thought, that she could have made it up there so easily, especially looking so fragile. When we looked back at her, she finally spoke, but it was only about the house. She told us things about it, about its history, about the way it had looked years ago, about people who had lived there before us. She talked with a quiet, calm voice, full of little details that you wouldn't notice unless you really paid attention. We listened for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, standing in the doorway, her presence almost like a living piece of the house's past. After a while, my dad gently closed the door. We turned to go back to the living room, still a bit unsure about what had just happened. Then, almost on a whim, we both looked out the window facing the front door, wanting to see if the old lady was making it back down the path and down the steps. We had only looked away from the door for maybe 5 seconds. The area around the front of the house was well lit by an old street lamp nearby, and the pathway itself had small solar lights that glowed softly in the dark, outlining the edges of the stone steps. The path was the only way down from the door. There was no other exit or shortcut she could have taken without us seeing it. But when we looked out, there was nobody there. No one on the path. No movement. No sign that anyone had just climbed all those steps and was now walking back down. Just empty darkness, lit faintly by the soft glow of the garden lights and the street lamp. We both stood there, silent, our minds racing. The logical part of me said she had to be somewhere, that maybe she'd gone around the side or taken a break somewhere, or maybe she had a way down the hill that we didn't know about. But we knew that wasn't true. The path was narrow. There was no other way down that hill that didn't involve walking right past the front of the house, and we would have seen her for sure. We stared out the window for several more minutes, but the path stayed empty. The night stayed still. We didn't say much after that. The silence between us felt heavy. It was like the old lady's visit had shifted something in the quiet around the house, like a secret that didn't want to be spoken. Eventually, we went back to the living room and turned the TV back on, but the mood had changed. We didn't finish the episode. We sat there for a while, the glow from the screen flickering across our faces, thinking about what we had just experienced. The house felt different too, older somehow, as if it was holding on to the story of that night, keeping it tucked away like one of its many hidden corners. In the days that followed, we talked about it less and less, like it was a strange memory that didn't quite belong to us. But every now and then, I'd find myself staring out at the front door from the kitchen window, half expecting to see that same frail old lady making her way back up the steps, walking quietly through the soft light. And every time, there was nothing there but the empty path and the cool night air. I never thought a simple walk home would turn into one of the most terrifying nights of my life. It wasn't even that late, just after 1 in the morning, and I was walking back to my dorm from work, like I had done countless times before. The job was only about half a mile down the road from the dorm, so walking was always easy, even at night. I liked the quietness, the cool night air, the way the campus looked when almost everyone was asleep. It felt peaceful, or at least it used to. That night started just like any other. I clocked out, pulled on my jacket, and stepped onto University Drive, the long stretch of road that ran past campus. The street was lined with tall palm trees that formed a barrier right in the middle, splitting the 2 lanes of traffic. It gave the road a kind of calm beauty at night, the way the moonlight sifted through the palm leaves and cast long shadows on the pavement. Most of the bars had closed hours earlier, so there weren't many people around. The streetlights flickered softly, and the hum of distant traffic mixed with the occasional chirp of night birds. I was thinking about how good it would be to crawl into bed after a long day when suddenly a car roared past me. It was a beat-up sedan with the windows rolled down, and inside were 4 or 5 guys laughing and yelling. As the car sped westward, they shouted something at me. I didn't even catch what they said. I just looked straight ahead and kept walking. Ignoring them felt like the safest thing to do. Maybe they were just being rowdy after a night out. College guys looking for trouble, or maybe just trying to impress each other. It wasn't worth giving them any attention. But then I heard the car slow down behind me. I turned my head just in time to see it peeling a sharp U-turn, tires squealing faintly on the asphalt. My heart started pounding hard, a pit forming in my stomach. 2 of the guys jumped out of the car and started walking toward me. That's when panic hit. I didn't stop to think about what to do or whether I could reason with them. I just ran. I hauled ass, pumping my arms, legs moving faster than they had in a long time. The sidewalk beneath my feet blurred as adrenaline coursed through my veins. I could hear their footsteps pounding after me, shouts and calls I couldn't make out but didn't want to hear. I darted onto a side street that led back onto campus grounds. The street was a dead end for cars, but it wasn't closed off to pedestrians. I knew a few shortcuts around campus from living there, so I took the one that cut through a patch of bushes and small trees near the science building. My breath was ragged, and my heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. I could hear the car screeching to a stop at the entrance to the side street. 3 guys jumped out and started looking around, checking the paths and bushes where I could have gone. My legs trembled as I pressed myself low into the thickest part of the bushes, trying not to breathe too loudly. The night was cold, and the dampness of the leaves clung to my skin, but I didn't care. One of them muttered something that I didn't catch, but the tone was bitter, frustrated. Then I heard the words clearly. Damn, she was fast. They got back in the car and drove off, tires rolling heavily against the pavement. I stayed crouched in those bushes for what felt like an eternity. I counted 20 minutes, then 30, checking the quiet street over and over before I finally forced myself to move. My legs were numb, my whole body shaky. The moment I started walking again, I didn't stop until I reached the dorm. I never told anyone about that night, at least not at first. It was too embarrassing to admit how scared I was, how I had run like a frightened animal and hidden in bushes like a criminal. But after that, I made sure never to walk alone at night. One of the guys from my floor started walking me home whenever I worked late shifts. I always felt safer with someone by my side, even if I tried not to let them know just how shaken I was. Even now, months later, whenever I pass that stretch of University Drive, my chest tightens. I remember the feeling of those headlights shining on me, the sound of the engine as the car slowed down, the crunch of the tires on the gravel when they turned back around, the way my legs burned from running, and the cold leaves biting my skin as I hid in those bushes. I keep telling myself I was lucky, that those guys didn't catch me, but I know how close I came, and I know I'll never forget that night, no matter how far I go from that campus. I was 9 years old, and it was St. Patrick's Day, so school was closed. I remember waking up that morning to a quiet house, but not a peaceful kind of quiet. It felt heavy, like the air was thick with something I didn't understand yet. Mom was acting strange, tense, quiet, and sometimes she'd stare off into space like she was trying to hold herself together. She'd been seeing a man for a while, someone she had met not long before, but lately things between them had started to fall apart. I didn't know much about what was going on, only that there had been shouting, and that sometimes Mom looked sad and scared all at once. I wasn't supposed to know much. I was a kid, but even then, I could tell things were bad. That day, we had to go to his apartment for some reason. I don't really remember why now. Maybe to pick something up or talk. What I do remember clearly is the way the building looked. It was old and gray, like it had been sitting there for a long time. The kind of place where you could hear every footstep echo in the hallways. We took the stairs because the elevator didn't work, and I felt my heart beating faster with every step. I wasn't sure why. His apartment was on the 3rd floor. When we got there, the door was cracked open just a little, and a stale smell of smoke and something else filled the air. It was heavy and unpleasant. Mom went inside, and I stayed behind in the living room, or what passed for one. It was small and cramped, with a sagging couch and a TV that looked like it hadn't been turned on in a while. The windows were dirty, and through them, I could see the gray sky and the cold street below. Mom and him started arguing. I could hear them, even though the walls were thin. Their voices were loud and angry. Sometimes they screamed. I didn't want to listen, but I couldn't stop myself. It felt like something terrible was happening, and I was stuck in the middle, just a kid who didn't belong there. After a while, Mom told me to go outside. I didn't want to leave her, but I did what she said. I stepped out into the hallway, and then down the stairs. The air was cold and sharp on my skin, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Outside, the street was empty except for a few cars parked along the curb. I stood there and waited, my hands in my pockets, my eyes scanning the windows above. I wanted to see Mom come out. I wanted her to be safe. It felt like time was stretching, slow and endless. I was tired and scared, but I kept waiting. After what seemed like forever, Mom finally appeared. She looked hurried and tense, like she wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. She grabbed my hand, and we ran to her SUV parked a few steps away. I remember the cold metal of the door handle under my fingers as she pushed the door open. We both got in quickly, and she locked the doors behind us. The engine started, and the car felt like a safe bubble. But inside, I could tell Mom's hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Years later, I found out what had really happened inside that apartment while I waited alone. He had been drunk, angry, and dangerous. He had a gun, a real loaded gun. My mom, brave and quick, had somehow managed to wrestle the gun away from him and throw it far under his large bed before dragging me out and running. The thought of that gun, loaded and ready, lying just a few feet away while I sat in the living room is terrifying. What if he hadn't been distracted? What if things had gotten worse? What if Mom hadn't been able to get it from him? I still shiver thinking about it. After that day, Mom never saw him again. It was over. She made sure of it. I think I understood more then than I let on. I understood that sometimes people you love can be in real danger, and the people you love the most can be the ones who save you. The memory of that day has stayed with me, buried deep, but clear. Not because it was like a movie or something you hear about, but because it was real. It was scary. It was a moment when everything could have gone so wrong. But it didn't. Mom was strong, even when she didn't think she was. Now, when I think about it, I feel a mix of things. Relief that we got out safely, fear for what might have happened, and respect for the quiet courage Mom showed that day. It was one of the last times I saw her that scared and shaken. After that, she worked hard to make sure we were safe, and that no one like him would ever get close to us again. That day taught me that bravery isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just about holding on, running away, and never looking back. After school, my friend and I had made running a kind of ritual. We weren't exactly athletes or anything serious, but we liked pushing ourselves, testing our endurance, and most of all, exploring the trails around town whenever we could. There was one trail in particular that we favored. It climbed steeply up a dirt hill just above a park. It led onto a ridge that overlooked a wide valley, peaceful and open, with cows grazing lazily in the fields below. The place felt almost like a secret, tucked away from the noise of cars and houses. It wasn't exactly isolated. You could hear distant voices or the occasional car passing on the far road. But when you were on that trail, the world felt quieter. The air was sharper, cleaner. The scent of grass and earth was heavy after a rain, or when the sun had baked the ground dry. We ran that trail a lot after school. Most days, the run was easy and fun. The burn in our legs, the quickened breath, the rush of sweat on our skin. The steep hill was a challenge, but it was worth it when you reached the ridge and saw the view. You could see the valley stretching out below, a patchwork of green and brown, dotted with cows. Sometimes birds drifted overhead, their calls echoing softly. The wind there was cool and steady, and it felt like you could see forever. That day started like any other. The sky was a clear blue, the sun low and warming after a chilly afternoon. We pushed ourselves up the hill, laughing and gasping as usual, then stopped near the top to catch our breath. The trail narrowed here, winding along the edge of the ridge with a steep drop on one side. The dirt was loose, and tufts of grass poked through the cracks. We paused, wiping sweat from our brows. The quiet was deep, except for the distant lowing of cows down below and a faint breeze rattling the dry branches of nearby trees. We looked out over the valley, watching the light fade slowly toward evening. That's when we heard it. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind twisting through the leaves, or some bird I hadn't noticed. But then the sound came again, this low, guttural noise like nothing I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a howl or a growl, not quite a snarl, but something in between. The kind of sound you don't want to hear because it doesn't belong in the natural order of things. It was animal, definitely alive, but wrong. Off. My body locked up immediately. It was that same cold, deep, sinking feeling you get when you smell something rotting or deathly. Something so wrong it hits you deep down and your brain screams, no. I've never been great at describing feelings, but it was like all my nerves turned to ice at once, and my breath caught in my chest. I could barely move. My friend froze too, eyes wide, scanning the trees and brush along the ridge. The sound came again, louder this time, closer, maybe no more than 20 or 30 feet away. It was impossible to tell exactly where. The noise twisted and rolled, a harsh, rough sound that didn't seem like any ordinary animal call. The closest I could compare it to was a sick, desperate growl mixed with a cough, like something injured and angry. We didn't speak. No one wanted to break the silence and risk drawing attention. We just stood there, heartbeats pounding loud in our ears, eyes darting around for any sign of movement. The air felt thick, heavy, and suddenly colder. The sun had started to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows that swallowed the trail behind us. The trees along the ridge were thin and scraggly, their branches twisting in the breeze. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat and keep my breathing steady, but it was no use. My legs felt like jelly. After what felt like an eternity, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting. We didn't move, just stared into the woods, straining to catch any noise, any hint of what had made that sound. Then, faintly, the crunch of dry leaves and twigs snapping underfoot. Something was moving, slow and deliberate, just beyond the line of trees. We couldn't see it, but the sound was unmistakable. It was coming closer, then shifting to the side, moving away along the ridge, but still near. Without a word, we backed away slowly, not turning our backs to where the noise had come from. Every step was careful, silent. The dirt underfoot was loose, and every small sound seemed to echo. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see glowing eyes or a massive shadow emerging from the trees. We didn't stop until we were down the hill, back on the paved path near the park, where the sounds of kids playing in cars were normal and comforting again. Only then did I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. For the rest of the way home, I kept glancing behind me, my mind racing with what the sound could have been. I thought of wolves or coyotes, but the noise didn't match any call I'd ever heard from those animals. Bears, maybe, but the sound was too strange, too rough and urgent. It didn't sound like any animal I knew lived in those parts, and certainly not one that would make such a sick, guttural noise. The thing is, whatever it was didn't seem curious or playful. It sounded wounded, angry, and dangerous. It wasn't just an animal making noise. It was something broken, something that shouldn't have been out there. That feeling, the deep instinctive no, stayed with me for days. Even now, when I think about it, it makes my skin crawl. The trail above the park still looks peaceful from a distance, but I don't run there anymore. I can't shake the memory of that sound, that wrongness, like the world had briefly cracked open and something dark slipped through. Looking back, I realize sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. Sometimes they're just the raw, real moments when you know something is very wrong, but you can't see it, can't explain it. And all you can do is run away and hope it stays hidden. About 15 years ago, I worked at a small company that had roughly 75 employees. It wasn't a huge place, but it was steady work. The kind of place where most people knew each other's names and faces, even if they didn't always get along. The owner had just sold the company to some new people, and when the new owners took over, they decided to clean house. They fired about 15 people right away, and one of them was a guy I worked with, who I'll call Dave. Dave was, to put it mildly, a difficult person. Most people didn't really get along with him, and that was an understatement. He had a short temper and could be pretty loud. Sometimes he'd yell at people over small things, and it made the atmosphere tense whenever he was around. On top of that, he had some personal hygiene issues. He had bad dandruff that flaked visibly, and his body odor was noticeable to anyone who worked close to him. It wasn't just that people didn't like him because of his personality. There were genuine reasons to avoid him. So when the layoffs happened, most of us weren't surprised he was one of those let go. I wasn't particularly close to Dave, but I had helped him out a few times. A week or so after the firing, I got a call from him. He said he wanted to take me out to lunch as a way of thanking me for showing him how to run a couple of machines we used at work. He said that knowledge was going to help him find a new job. I thought that was decent of him, so I agreed. A few days later, he showed up to pick me up at lunchtime. I thought maybe he was taking a group of people out, but it was just me. We drove to a small diner not far from the office. At first, things were normal. We ordered food, and I let him talk. Dave was clearly still upset about losing his job. He felt betrayed. He had been with the company for several years and didn't expect to be one of those fired. As lunch went on, his anger came out more and more. He started talking about how much he hated some of the people who still worked there. His voice got lower, more intense. He mentioned things he would like to do to some of them. At first, I thought he was just venting. Sometimes people say harsh things when they're angry, and I wanted to be understanding. I listened quietly, nodding, trying not to push him further. But then it took a strange turn. He talked about how easy it would be to lock the doors from the outside and set the building on fire. He described in chilling detail how he could block exits with boards and ropes so no one could get out. He said he could cause real damage, maybe even worse. He kept looking at me while he said these things, as if trying to see how I would react. His words made my skin crawl. When we got back to the office parking lot, he told me not to worry. He said that even if he did hurt anyone, I was his friend and wouldn't be harmed. The way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't know what to say. I just thanked him and got out of the car as fast as I could. I walked inside and found my boss's office. From a window near the desk, I could see Dave's car still parked outside. He wasn't leaving. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. It was late afternoon. People had returned to work, but Dave remained in the car, motionless. I told my boss what Dave had said at lunch. I said I thought we should call the police, that Dave might be dangerous. My boss agreed, though he seemed hesitant at first. He picked up the phone and made the call. Within minutes, police cruisers arrived. They approached Dave's car carefully. After some talking, they got him out of the vehicle and into the back of a police car. Then they used his keys to open the trunk. Inside, they found boards, ropes, and guns, enough to be seriously dangerous. It was terrifying to know that Dave had been sitting there, armed and ready. After more questions, Dave agreed to go with the officers and get help. He didn't resist. The whole thing was a huge relief, but also left me shaken. The company's building was designed in a way that could have made it easy for someone to cause real harm if they planned to. Dave could have done serious damage, and no one would have been ready for it. I couldn't focus for the rest of the day. Every time I looked out the window, I saw the empty parking lot and felt the weight of what almost happened. It wasn't just about losing a job anymore. It was about how close we came to something much worse. The office felt different after that, colder and quieter. People whispered in corners, looking over their shoulders. In the days that followed, the company took extra security measures. The new owners hired security guards, changed locks, and installed cameras. We all felt safer, but the memory lingered. I kept thinking about how easy it would have been for that anger to turn into a tragedy. It made me realize how fragile things are, how people can hide dangerous feelings until they explode. The incident with Dave stayed with me for a long time. I often wondered what would have happened if I hadn't agreed to lunch, or if I hadn't spoken up. Sometimes I felt guilty, even though I knew I did the right thing. It also made me more aware of the signs around me. The way someone's anger or pain can build and go unnoticed until it's almost too late. Dave ended up getting help, but I never saw him again. The company kept going, but things never quite felt the same. That day reminded me that people carry a lot of things inside, and sometimes those things are darker than you expect. And in a place where we spend so much of our lives, the line between normal and dangerous can be thinner than you think. I still remember the quiet of the parking lot that afternoon, the way Dave just sat in his car, the weight of everything hanging in the air. It was a moment when something terrible almost happened, and somehow it didn't. But it was close enough to change how I saw the world, and it's something I haven't forgotten. When I was very little, just 1 or 2 years old, my parents and I lived in a small house tucked into a neighborhood that wasn't exactly safe or comfortable. It wasn't just run down. It was the kind of place where you always heard stories of things going wrong, of fights breaking out, and police cars flashing their lights late into the night. The kind of neighborhood where people locked their doors even when they were home, and you could hear sirens more often than birdsong. Our house sat right on the corner of a four-way stop. I didn't understand any of that at the time, but I remember how the stop signs seemed to stand tall and bright just outside our windows. The particular stop sign on our corner was right in front of the house, almost leaning toward us, like it was watching everything that happened in that little spot. The front yard was small, more concrete than grass, and the street was narrow and cracked, with old cars sometimes parked along the curb, their windows broken or covered with grimy plastic instead of glass. Inside, our house wasn't much. It was an old building with thin walls that didn't block much sound. You could hear footsteps from the street, the muffled voices of neighbors arguing, and the occasional car engine revving too loud. The floorboards creaked when you walked, and the air always seemed heavy, like the house held its breath in the heat and the dust. My crib was in the bedroom my parents shared, close to their bed, but in a corner near the window. That window faced the street where the stop sign stood. One night, when I was barely old enough to talk or crawl properly, something happened that shook the quiet routine of our little house. My parents were asleep, tired from the day's work and the endless noise of the neighborhood. I was in my crib, too young to even understand what was going on, dreaming somewhere between the sounds of the city outside. Suddenly, a loud, sharp noise cut through the silence. It wasn't a bang like a door slamming or a car backfiring. It was a single brutal crack, so sudden and loud that it woke my parents up immediately. They both sat up in bed, their hearts pounding, trying to make sense of the noise. It was a gunshot, that much was clear, even if they tried not to admit it out loud. But because the neighborhood was so rough, and gunshots were not unusual there, they told themselves it was probably just some kid playing around with a gun or a fight happening blocks away. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened, so they tried to calm down and went back to sleep. The next morning, when the light poured through the windows and the neighborhood began to stir with the usual sounds of life, cars starting, people shouting, kids laughing on the street, my mom went to the bathroom. It was a small room, cramped and stuffy, with yellowed tiles and a mirror that had some cracks in the corner. As she was washing her face, she noticed something strange on the wall near the sink. A tiny hole, barely bigger than a pinprick, but definitely a hole that hadn't been there before. Curious, She touched it and saw that the hole wasn't just superficial. It went all the way through the thin drywall. That's when the unease started to set in. She checked other walls around the house, moving carefully through the rooms, her heart beating faster with every step. There were more holes, lined up in a strange, straight pattern. One hole in the bathroom wall, another in the bedroom wall near the crib, and one more near the living room. When my dad got home from work, he took a closer look with a flashlight. He pulled back some loose wallpaper and saw the damage clearly, bullet holes. The bullet had pierced the stop sign outside and then traveled straight through our house, slicing through walls, coming perilously close to where I slept. My dad managed to find the bullet lodged inside the wall, a tiny metal piece that was cold and heavy in his hand. It was a hard, awful moment for both of them to realize just how close they had come to disaster. If I had been awake and walking around, or if my parents had been up, that bullet could have hit any one of us. The thought of what might have happened, just inches away from the crib where I slept, filled the house with a terrifying silence. There was no mistaking it. Someone had aimed and fired at the stop sign, and the bullet had passed directly through our home. The shock of it was so raw that my parents barely slept the rest of that day. They kept looking at the walls, the holes standing out like wounds in the plaster. It wasn't just the damage to the house. It was the stark reminder of how dangerous our surroundings were. That day, the fragile feeling of safety in that house shattered completely. The next few days were filled with nervous glances outside the window and tight-lipped conversations between my parents. They spoke quietly about finding a new place, somewhere safer, somewhere the walls were thick enough to keep bullets out, or better yet, somewhere bullets didn't even belong. The neighborhood had been bad enough before, but now it felt like a trap, a place where luck could run out any moment. Eventually, they found a new home, in a quieter part of town with tree-lined streets and neighbors who waved when you walked by. Moving out of that house was like stepping away from a shadow that had hung over us for too long. I don't remember the move, I was still very young, but my parents often talked about how that bullet hole story was the final push to leave. Looking back now, it's a story that never really feels distant. It's a reminder of how close danger can be, even when you think you're safe in your own home. It's the kind of story that makes your heart skip a beat, because it's not about ghosts or monsters, but real, raw fear. Fear that something completely out of your control can reach you when you least expect it. That house, with the bullet holes in the walls and the stop sign right outside, is gone now, but the memory of it stays sharp. It was a small place, but it held a big, dangerous secret. One that could have changed everything if we hadn't been lucky. It's not a story that's easy to tell, but it's real, and sometimes the scariest things are the ones that actually happen. About a year ago, I was living in a small apartment building. Nothing fancy, just a plain structure with 12 suite-style units stacked across 3 floors. The layout was kind of unusual. There weren't any hallways like you'd expect in most apartment buildings. Instead, each floor had a circular vestibule, like a round landing, with doors all around it. You'd come up the stairs to that round space, and each unit's front door opened directly onto it. It made the place feel a little strange, like you could see everything that was going on right outside your door, but there was no hallway separating you. You'd hear footsteps echo around the vestibule, and could sometimes catch glimpses of neighbors through the cracked open doors. My unit was right across from this guy who lived alone, or mostly alone. I guessed he was in his late 20s or early 30s. He worked as a lawyer. At least, that's what everyone said. He didn't make a big deal about it, but there were rumors floating around that his dad was some kind of big-shot lawyer, rich, well-known, and powerful. Apparently, this guy was trying to follow in his dad's footsteps. He kept to himself mostly, which wasn't unusual in a place like that, but there was something about him that made you think he wasn't quite normal. Not that he did anything sketchy, it was more like an aura. Like he carried the weight of his family's expectations on his shoulders. He had a live-in girlfriend, who was probably half his age. She looked young, early 20s maybe. She was pretty, but there was always this weird vibe around her. Like she was on edge all the time, and jealous of just about everything. I only ever really saw her when she was coming or going, and almost every time she stopped me in the vestibule with some invasive question. She'd ask if I'd seen him leave the night before, or if I'd noticed any other girls hanging around. Sometimes she'd ask if I thought he was cheating. I never had much to say because, frankly, I didn't want to get involved. It was like walking on eggshells every time I saw her. We all joked in the building that one day she was going to snap, that it was just a matter of time before she popped him off. It was a dark joke, something whispered quietly, but nobody really took it seriously. People in unstable relationships sometimes say and do crazy things, but violence? No way. It felt too far-fetched. That night, about a week before Halloween, I was hanging out with my brother at my place. We were watching a bunch of scary movies, trying to get into the Halloween spirit. The kind of cheap horror movies where the effects are terrible and the plot barely holds up, but it's fun to laugh at them anyway. We were sitting on the couch, the room dim except for the flickering TV, munching on snacks and joking about how silly the characters were. The apartment felt quiet and safe, just us, the TV, and the familiar buzz of the city outside. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Not a soft knock, but a serious, firm one. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at that hour. My brother looked at me like, who the hell could that be? I got up and opened it, and standing there were two police officers. They didn't smile or joke or explain much. They just said we had to get out, evacuate immediately. I was confused and alarmed, but didn't argue. My brother started grabbing a few things, his phone, wallet, keys. I moved to do the same. From where I stood by the door, I could see across the vestibule, and that's when my stomach dropped. My neighbor's door was wide open, and there was something I couldn't ignore. The carpet in the vestibule, right outside his door, was soaked in blood. It looked like someone had been dragging something heavy, leaving a trail across the floor. I remember the color, dark red, almost black in some spots, pooling near the stairs. The police didn't say much else at that moment. They told us to grab what we needed for the night and leave immediately. Outside the building, flashing red and blue lights illuminated the street. I was frozen for a moment, trying to process what was happening. Then I heard a quiet rumble, and soon EMTs arrived, moving swiftly up the stairs with a stretcher covered by a body bag. I watched them carry the bag down slowly, the weight clear in their cautious movements. It was the neighbor. I knew it before anyone said a word. Later, we found out that the girlfriend had shot him multiple times in the head with his own gun. The worst part, none of us heard a thing. No yelling, no shots, no signs of a struggle. Just the silence, the blood, and the aftermath. It all felt unreal, like something out of one of those scary movies we'd been watching. Except it wasn't fiction. It was real life, right across the hall from me. And I kept thinking about those little invasive questions the girlfriend used to ask. How angry, how jealous, how unstable she must have been to do something like that. And how close we all had been to this violent secret, just living side by side without knowing what was brewing behind closed doors. The police closed off the building for days while they investigated. Rumors flew fast. People talked about the girlfriend's history, her moods, the fights no one ever heard. The lawyer's background, the pressure, the secrets. Some neighbors were scared, others just confused. The landlord replaced the bloodstained carpet, but the stain on our minds lingered much longer. After that night, I looked at everyone differently. You realize that sometimes the danger isn't out in the world or from strangers. It's right next door. It's in the people you think you know, or maybe only think you know. And the quiet, jealous rage that hides behind a smile or a brief question can explode when you least expect it. I don't joke about unstable relationships anymore, because sometimes the dark jokes come true. And when they do, there's no rewind button. Just real life, messy, painful, and permanent. I was about 12 years old at the time, and the whole idea of playing hide and seek in the dark was already making my skin crawl before we even started. It was my friend's birthday party, and her house was huge. One of those big multi-story places with long hallways, high ceilings, and rooms that seemed to go on forever. There were about 8 of us preteen girls there, all caught up in the excitement of the party, the cake, the presents, and that sort of buzz that comes with being together. Her parents mostly stayed out of the way, which gave us a lot of freedom, but also made the place feel kind of empty and strange sometimes, especially at night. From the start, I didn't like the idea of hiding in the dark. I've always had this fear of darkness that's hard to explain, something that feels deeper than just being unable to see. It's like when the lights go out, everything changes in a way that makes you want to hold your breath and freeze in place. I told my sister how uneasy I was, and she felt the same way, but we didn't want to seem scared in front of everyone else. Besides, it was a birthday party, and we didn't want to be the ones who ruined the fun. When the game started, all the girls scattered to find their hiding spots. The house was huge, and the shadows cast by the dim lights and street lamps outside stretched long and deep. The walls in some places were lined with pictures and old furniture, and the air felt heavy, like the house was holding its breath too. I saw some girls slip under tables, behind curtains, and inside cabinets. A few ran up the staircases to the upper floors. I was about to follow, but then a couple of us, including my sister, decided to stick together and hide in the big closet in our friend's room. The closet was the kind with sliding mirror doors that covered the entire length of the wall. It wasn't deep enough to stand completely upright in all the way, but it stretched wide enough that a handful of us could squeeze in if we lined up carefully. We opened one side of the sliding doors, and I was the first to slip inside. The air inside the closet was cool, musty, and smelled faintly of old wood and the perfume our friend's mom used. I crawled to the far end, making room for the others. We shuffled in quietly after me, trying to stifle our giggles and whispers. Our breaths came in little clouds in the chilly air, and the silence inside felt thick, like it was waiting for something. We shut the door, and suddenly the room was plunged into darkness. The mirrors on the outside doors reflected nothing but black. We stood pressed close together in the tight space, holding our breaths and listening. For a few minutes, everything was still except for our quiet breathing and the occasional rustle of clothing as we shifted to get comfortable. My heart was pounding, not just because of the game, but because of the feeling that something wasn't right. The closet seemed smaller somehow, tighter, like the walls were closing in slowly. Then I felt it. A hand pressed firmly into my back. Not a soft touch, but deliberate and strong enough that I knew it wasn't one of my friends leaning against me by accident. The pressure was unmistakable, solid and cold, like a real hand. It stayed there for a few seconds, and then it disappeared. I froze. My mind raced. I glanced around quickly, trying to see if anyone was behind me or had moved closer without me noticing. But the darkness swallowed any details. I couldn't see a thing. My voice caught in my throat when I finally whispered, "Guys?" From the opposite end of the closet, I heard soft replies. Everyone was there. No one had moved. I felt my skin prickle, every hair on my arms standing up. I reached behind me slowly, my fingers trembling, trying to find the hand or the person who had touched me. But there was nothing. Only the cold, empty space of the closet. I couldn't stay. I scrambled out of the closet, my heart hammering like I'd run a marathon, and the room felt brighter and safer as soon as I was back in the open. I told my sister quietly what had happened, and she gave me a tight look, like she'd felt something too, even if she didn't say it out loud. We both agreed to quit the game. The others kept playing, but my sister and I stuck close together the rest of the night, not wanting to be left alone in that house again. Even after we left, the feeling lingered with me for weeks. It wasn't just fear, but something else, a warning, maybe, or a presence that I couldn't explain. The house felt different from then on. It was quieter, colder somehow, and I could never bring myself to go near that closet again. I never told anyone else what happened, except for my sister. We shared a look that said we both knew the house had secrets, and that some things were better left alone. Over time, I came to understand that what I felt wasn't just a trick of the mind or nerves. There was something real in that darkness, something that wasn't friendly or playful. But it wasn't a ghost or some fairy tale figure. It was just a feeling, a heavy presence in a quiet, empty space, waiting for you to notice it, to acknowledge that you weren't alone. And sometimes, that's enough to make a place feel haunted, even if you never see anything. It's the silence, the weight in the air, and the cold touch on your back that no one else can explain. When I was younger, I had a Siamese cat. His name was Jasper. He wasn't just a pet to me. He was a constant companion, a soft presence in my life that made everything feel less lonely. I was homeschooled at first, so Jasper and I spent most days together. I remember sitting at the kitchen table, working on my assignments, and he would curl up right on my lap, purring quietly. His fur was soft and warm, and the way he looked at me with his bright blue eyes made me feel like I wasn't alone in the world. He seemed to know exactly when I needed him. If I was struggling with a math problem or reading a tough paragraph, he would nuzzle my hand or paw at my notebook, demanding attention until I looked up and smiled at him. Every night, without fail, Jasper would curl up next to me as I fell asleep. I would lie in bed, feeling his small body warm against my side, his gentle breathing a rhythm that soothed me into sleep. He never left until morning. Sometimes, if I woke up in the middle of the night, I could see him sitting quietly on the windowsill, staring out at the dark world outside, his silhouette outlined by the moonlight. There was a kind of peacefulness in those moments, even though the house was silent and still. When I started public school, Jasper's routine changed a little. I was gone most of the day, but when I got home, Jasper would be waiting for me at the door. Sometimes he would rub against my legs as I stepped inside, and other times he would sprint ahead, waiting impatiently in the living room. I loved that greeting. It made coming home feel good, like there was something to look forward to after a hard day. But Jasper died in 2007, when I was in 5th grade. It hit me harder than I ever imagined it could. I cried for weeks. Every night, when I woke up and saw that he wasn't curled up beside me, it felt like someone had stabbed me in the heart. The house felt emptier, colder. The silence was heavier. It was like losing a part of myself. I couldn't imagine living without him there. My parents tried to help me through it. They got me another cat in September that year as an early birthday present. She was a silver tabby with big green eyes and a stubby tail. Her fur was soft, but different from Jasper's smooth Siamese coat. She wasn't a cuddler like Jasper had been. She was more playful, energetic, always chasing shadows or batting at toys. She was special in her own way, but she couldn't replace Jasper. No cat could. In 2009, things got worse for me. I had been dealing with mental illness for a long time, but that year the depression was heavier than usual. I had no friends at school. I was isolated, feeling like I didn't belong anywhere. My only connection was online, where I had a group of people I talked to almost every day. They were the only ones who seemed to understand me. But just a few weeks before Christmas, everything fell apart. The group suddenly turned on me. They said terrible things and told me they never wanted to hear from me again. It felt like the floor dropped out beneath me. I knew it was just the internet, but it hurt like real life. I tried to keep it together, crying only when I was alone, but inside I was breaking. One night, a few days after it happened, I was sitting at the computer, staring at the chat window where my former friends were talking to each other. Tears slipped down my cheeks, and I couldn't stop them. The silence in the room was overwhelming. Then suddenly, I heard a very loud meow behind me. I turned around in my chair. There, sitting exactly where Jasper used to sit by the fireplace, was a Siamese cat. It looked exactly like him. My heart stopped. I started screaming. The sound tore through the quiet house. I fell out of the chair and lay on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. My silver tabby came over and sat beside me, her soft fur pressing against my arm. My mom came running, asking if I was okay. I couldn't tell her what really happened. I didn't want to talk about the fight with my online friends. Instead, I told her I saw Jasper sitting by the fireplace. She looked worried but didn't say much, just helped me calm down. Years have passed since then. 2010 was a terrible year for me. I was in a serious accident, had a nervous breakdown, and one of my other cats died. But I started to make a few friends at school who didn't care about my mental illness. Things slowly began to improve. At the end of 2010, we adopted a little kitten who brought light into my life. He was playful and sweet, and I loved him like family. By the beginning of 2011, I had friends both online and offline. School was going better, and I was finding ways to cope with my feelings. I even turned 18 last month. But even now, whenever I start to feel upset or overwhelmed, I see Jasper. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of a Siamese cat wandering through the house. Sometimes I see him curled up by the fireplace or stretched out on my bed, just like old times. It doesn't scare me anymore. It's like a reminder that even when things are hard, I'm not truly alone. Jasper is still with me in his own way, quiet, steady, comforting. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I know Jasper is gone, but sometimes when the world feels too heavy, I think I need to see him again. It's not about magic or mystery. It's about how memories hold on to us, how love lasts long after the person or cat is gone. Jasper was part of my life when I needed him most. And even now, in the darkest moments, his presence feels like a small light guiding me through. That's the truth I carry with me every day. "7 years ago, when I was around 7 or 8, my cousin, my little sister, and I were hanging out in the basement of my family's house. It was one of those basements that gave you the creeps even on a sunny day. The walls were bare concrete with a few cracks here and there, the ceiling low and dotted with exposed pipes and wires. The light flickered occasionally, and the old furnace in the corner made a low humming noise that sounded like it was always watching you. It wasn't exactly a fun place to be, but it was where we ended up most afternoons when we had nowhere else to go. That day, the three of us were playing something. What exactly, I can't remember. It was probably some kind of game where we pretended to be explorers or something dumb like that. My cousin and I were roughly the same age, 7 or 8 years old, and my sister was a bit younger, around 5 or 6. She was always the timid one, the one who got scared easily and would cling to us when things got dark or weird. The basement was big, with some boxes stacked in one corner, old furniture covered in sheets, and the laundry room door set off to the side, closed and dark. We were just playing, running around, shouting and laughing, when suddenly my sister stopped in her tracks. She wasn't looking at us anymore. She was staring right at the laundry room door with a face that made my blood run cold. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth was slightly open like she was about to scream, but no sound came out. Then, in the quiet basement, she whispered, "Do you hear her?" We all froze. My cousin and I exchanged a quick look. There was no one else in the house. It was just us. I strained my ears, trying to catch anything, but there was nothing except the usual basement noises. The furnace humming, pipes creaking, the soft drip of water from somewhere I couldn't see. Before I could even tell her that I didn't hear anything, the doorknob on the laundry room door slowly started to turn. The metal handle clicked as it moved, and the door creaked open just a bit, as if pushed by something unseen. We didn't dare move. It was like something had dropped into the pit of my stomach and weighed me down, stopping me from running or even turning around. My sister's voice was barely a whisper again. "Can you hear her now?" I held my breath, expecting to hear something horrible. And then it happened. The loudest crash I'd ever heard exploded from the laundry room, like someone had thrown a heavy object against the wall. It echoed through the basement, bouncing off the cold concrete walls. My cousin and I immediately grabbed my sister's hands and we ran. We didn't stop until we were all upstairs and the basement door was shut tight behind us. We stayed away from the basement for the rest of the day, and honestly, for weeks after. The whole thing stuck with me because it felt so real. No one explained what had happened that day until later, when an adult came down to check the basement after we'd all refused to go near it. They found a china doll that had fallen from a high shelf inside the laundry room. The weirdest part, the doll was completely fine. No cracks, no chips, no damage at all. The crash was loud enough to scare us half to death, but the thing that caused it looked like it had barely moved. That moment stayed with me. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale. It was just a freak accident that scared 3 kids into thinking something was wrong. But the feeling of that open door, the silence before the crash, and the way my sister's face looked terrified like she saw something invisible, that's the kind of memory that never goes away. I want to tell you about something that happened to a good friend of mine when he was a kid. I know him well, and I trust that he's telling the truth because he's never been one to make things up or exaggerate. This story stuck with me because it's the kind of thing that just feels off, not supernatural or spooky in the usual sense, but real and unsettling in a way that creeps under your skin and won't let go. He was about 8 years old at the time. It was a normal weekend evening, late, probably around 10 at night. He was at his house, a modest single-story home with a small yard out back. Nothing fancy or isolated, just a regular neighborhood house with streetlights outside and neighbors' houses close enough that you could hear the faint hum of their lives going on. That night, he and his best friend were playing hide and seek. His friend was visiting for a sleepover, so they were up past bedtime, just kids messing around, trying to stretch the day as far as it could go. When it was his turn to find his friend, he searched every room inside the house. He looked under beds, behind curtains, in closets, everywhere he could think of. The house wasn't big, but it felt huge and dark to him. The only lights on were the dim hallway nightlight and the faint glow of the TV screen left on in the living room. The rest of the house was shadowed, corners swallowed up by darkness. He called out his friend's name, but only silence answered him back. No giggles or shuffles, no footsteps. Nothing. Growing more nervous and frustrated, he thought maybe his friend was hiding outside somewhere. The backyard wasn't very big, but it had some bushes near the fence and a tall oak tree that cast long shadows in the moonlight. The streetlights barely reached back there, so it was mostly just dark patches and black shapes. He opened the back door slowly, the creak sounding loud in the quiet house, and stepped out. The night air was cool and smelled faintly of grass and dirt. He could hear a soft breeze brushing through the leaves, the occasional chirp of crickets. The yard was still, except for the faint rustle of leaves. He moved cautiously toward the bushes, feeling his heart beat faster with every step. His eyes were straining to see anything beyond the black patches, his ears straining for any sound besides the wind. Then suddenly he heard it, the voice of his friend, clear as day, calling out from the darkness. It was soft and low, just barely above a whisper, coming from a shadowed corner about 20 feet away. "Come here," the voice said, quiet and coaxing. He froze, his skin prickling. He knew that voice. It was exactly how his friend sounded, but something about it made his stomach tighten. He called back quickly. "No, you come here." His voice was firm, but shaky. He didn't want to walk into the dark to get him. The voice replied again, calm at first, insisting that he come over to where it was. His friend's voice. He stayed put and yelled back, "No, I'm not coming." But then the voice changed. It didn't sound like his friend anymore. It became deeper, harsher, rough and unpleasant. The words were the same, but the tone was like nothing he'd ever heard before, almost angry and commanding. It told him to come over, this time not asking but demanding. That's when the fear hit him full force. He ran back inside as fast as he could, slamming the door behind him. He didn't stop until he reached the living room, heart pounding like a drum. There, sitting calmly on the couch, was his friend safe, with no sign of having ever left the room. He asked his friend how he got inside so fast, if he was supposed to be outside hiding, but his friend said he never went outside at all. They were both confused, but my friend never forgot that voice, that horrible, strange voice calling to him from the dark. The whole thing felt so real that night, and it still does. There's no explanation, no easy answer. It wasn't a ghost or monster, not some fairy tale scare. Just something wrong. Something real enough to freeze a kid in place, enough to make him run inside and lock the door. And it still haunts me when I think about it. I was on holiday in Guernsey with my mom. We had booked a hotel because our relative who lived there couldn't accommodate us for some reason. We each had separate rooms, of course. The hotel was modest but comfortable, nestled in a quiet part of town, with narrow streets and stone buildings that gave it a quaint charm. My room was on the second floor, overlooking a small courtyard. The window let in the soft glow of the streetlights at night, casting gentle shadows across the room. The bed was firm, the linens crisp, and the decor simple, just enough to make it feel welcoming without being impersonal. After a day spent exploring the island, visiting the local markets, walking along the cliffs, and enjoying the sea breeze, we returned to the hotel, tired but content. I remember unlocking my room, stepping inside, and placing my bag on the chair by the desk. I took a quick shower, changed into my pajamas, and settled into bed with a book. The rhythmic ticking of the wall clock and the distant hum of the city lulled me to sleep. I must have been in a deep sleep when I felt a presence beside me. At first, I thought it was a dream, a warm body pressing against mine, an arm draped over my waist. But as consciousness slowly returned, so did the realization that someone was in bed with me. Panic surged through me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, every muscle tense. I could hear the steady breathing of the person next to me, the slight rustle of the sheets as they shifted. Carefully, I turned my head and caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man, his face relaxed in sleep, completely unaware of my terror. I needed to get out. Slowly, I inched away from him, careful not to wake him. Once free, I slipped out of bed and grabbed the nearest object I could find, a cider bottle from the minibar. Clutching it tightly, I tiptoed out of the room and made my way to my mom's room down the hall. I knocked softly, and when she opened the door, I whispered about the intruder in my bed. She immediately took charge, walking back to my room with me in tow. She turned on the lights and gently woke the man. He stirred, blinking in confusion, and then sat up, clearly disoriented. Realization dawned on his face, and he began to apologize profusely. He explained that he had been drinking heavily the night before and must have entered the wrong room by mistake. He thought it was his own room, and had no idea he had climbed into someone else's bed. Embarrassed, he gathered his things and left, still mumbling apologies. I was left shaken, my mind racing with what-ifs. What if he hadn't been harmless? What if he had woken up before I did? The thought of someone entering my room so easily, of me forgetting to lock the door, filled me with dread. The hotel staff were apologetic, offering to change my room, and even waiving some charges as compensation. They assured me that such incidents were rare, and that they would review their security measures. But the damage was done. The sense of safety I had felt was shattered. For the rest of the trip, I double-checked every lock, every window, every door. I slept with a chair wedged under the doorknob and kept the lights on. The incident replayed in my mind, a constant reminder of how quickly things could go wrong. Looking back, I can see the humor in the situation. A drunk man mistaking my room for his own, the absurdity of it all. But at the time, it was terrifying. It taught me a valuable lesson about vigilance and the importance of securing one's space, especially when away from home. Now, whenever I check into a hotel, the first thing I do is ensure the door locks properly. I never take safety for granted, and I always remain aware of my surroundings. That night in Guernsey was a wake-up call, one that I won't soon forget. I never really believed the stories about our high school being haunted, but I understood why the teachers acted the way they did. Most of them made sure to leave together, walking out in small groups so no one was ever alone after dark. The older part of the building had that musty, forgotten smell, like old books and dust mixed with something metallic, maybe the cold pipes running through the walls. The floors creaked just a little under your feet, and the windows never let in much light, even during the day. It felt like the place held on to its own secrets, quiet and waiting. One winter evening, after basketball practice ran late, I realized I'd left some textbooks in my locker upstairs, in that older wing. Most people would have just grabbed them the next day, but I needed them for an assignment due the next morning. I didn't want to risk forgetting again. The gym was loud and warm compared to the rest of the school, which felt like a frozen maze of silence after the last practice ended. I told myself it was just a quick trip. I grabbed my phone, made sure the flashlight was on, and headed toward the old hallway. The moment I stepped off the brightly lit main corridor, the temperature dropped noticeably. The lights didn't work in that section anymore, not for a couple of years now. Maintenance had long since given up on fixing them, and we all got used to carrying our phones or small flashlights when we had to go through there. The hallway stretched before me, long and narrow, lined with lockers on both sides. The floor was a dull tile, stained from years of sneakers and spilled drinks. The walls were painted in off-white, but the paint had chipped and cracked in places, revealing the gray concrete underneath. I moved slowly, my phone light cutting a narrow path through the darkness. As I got closer to my locker, the beam of light caught the dull metal locker doors. Some dented, some with peeling stickers from decades ago, faded and unrecognizable now. I reached my locker and fumbled with the combination, the cold metal biting into my fingers. When I finally got it open, I reached inside to grab my textbooks. The silence was thick enough to feel heavy, pressing against my ears. Then I heard it, a slow, sharp creak. It was unmistakable. A door somewhere nearby was opening. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The flashlight beam darted toward the source. One of the classroom doors down the hall, the one closest to my locker, had slowly swung open by itself. No lights came on inside. It was just a dark rectangle against the dim hallway. I told myself it was probably the wind or some old hinges letting loose. The old building shifted sometimes when the temperature dropped. Still, my pulse quickened as I glanced back at my locker, then up the hallway, but no one was there. I pulled my books out quickly and slammed the locker shut behind me. Just as I did, a sudden loud slam echoed from the classroom door behind me. It was so loud it made me jump. I whipped around, phone light scanning the dark hallway again. Nothing. No movement, no shadow. Just the stillness. That's when I started hearing it. Locker doors opening one after another, in quick succession, clang, slam, like a line of lockers being opened and shut in a rhythm behind me. I swallowed hard and grabbed my bag, throwing my books in. My footsteps echoed as I broke into a run, the sound of lockers clanging chasing me down the hall. I didn't dare look back. My breath was sharp in my chest, every nerve alive with the noise behind me. The lockers kept slamming open and closed, one after another, in a chaotic but steady rhythm. It was as if something was running down the hallway just behind me, messing with the lockers, but I couldn't see a thing. The cold air bit at my face as I sprinted toward the gym. I could hear voices and the distant slam of basketballs bouncing. When I burst into the bright, noisy gym, a few students and coaches looked up, startled to see me panting and wide-eyed. I stood there, catching my breath. The noise behind me instantly cut off as I stepped out of the dark hallway. My hands shook as I closed my locker again in the main hall, but it felt safer with all those people around. No one said anything about the noises, but I didn't need them to. I knew what I'd heard. I don't think it was a ghost or anything spooky like the rumors said. More likely, it was just the old building settling, or maybe some stray animal inside knocking things over. But that night, for those few minutes, the school felt less like just bricks and lockers, and more like something alive, something watching. After that, I never went back to that hallway alone after dark. And I wasn't the only one. The summer before the invasion of Iraq, my hometown in Central California felt like it was living in a weird kind of limbo. You know, that strange place where everything is just a little off, but nothing you can quite put your finger on. I was 14 at the time, old enough to notice stuff adults sometimes missed, but young enough to not understand all the politics or military talk. Still, the signs were everywhere. My town sits almost dead center between 3 huge air bases, so big they could probably swallow the whole city if they wanted to. That meant every day, we'd see military helicopters flying overhead, often Apaches, slicing through the sky with their rotors buzzing like angry bees. They weren't just distant specks either. Sometimes they hovered low enough that you could see the soldiers strapped inside, the details of the weapons, the glint of the sun off their gear. It was like living in the middle of a war movie, except this was real life. The build-up to the invasion made everything feel tense. The chatter on the news was non-stop. People argued in grocery store lines. Businesses put up signs showing support for the troops. My dad, who didn't usually talk much about politics, seemed quieter, more distracted than usual. Me, I just kept trying to figure out what all of it meant, watching and waiting, hoping nothing bad would come to us. But deep down, I knew something was brewing. One day in early March, it was around noon, and I was downtown with my dad. We were walking through the little cluster of shops near the main street, the sun beating down like it usually did in springtime California. The air smelled like exhaust and hot pavement mixed with faint traces of food from nearby restaurants. I remember looking down at the sidewalk and catching sight of my shadow. It looked normal at first, but then I noticed something strange, a weird greenish tint in the light around it. Like the whole world had a faint green filter on it. I stared for a moment, blinking, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. I told my dad about it, pointing at the ground. Before he could answer, the whole sky suddenly lit up like someone had flipped on a giant floodlight aimed right at us. It was blinding, like staring straight into the sun, but sharper and more intense. I had to shield my eyes with my hand because it hurt to look. The light wasn't just bright, it had a cold, unnatural glow, almost like the greenish tint I had just seen on my shadow, but magnified 100 times. For a second, I thought maybe the military was testing some kind of weird new light or weapon in the sky. Then just as quickly as it had come, the light vanished. But the sky didn't go back to normal. It dimmed instantly, darkening to a twilight-like dusk, even though it was noon. The streets filled with a strange hush, broken only by the sounds of people reacting. Some crouched on the ground, some ran looking for cover. Everyone was confused, scared. I looked up to see if there was anything visible in the sky, planes, helicopters, drones, but there was nothing. No aircraft, no smoke, no explosions. Just an empty, oddly colored sky. The entire event lasted maybe 5 to 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then the light and the sky went back to normal, as if nothing had happened. I looked around at the people on the street. Their faces were tense, eyes wide. Nobody said anything. It was like we all silently agreed this was something nobody should talk about. Even my dad looked shaken, scanning the sky as if expecting something else to appear. I've never been able to explain what caused that moment, or if it was connected to the military activity all around us, but it stuck in my mind like a ghost. The kind of thing you want to forget, but never can. Not long after that, maybe a week or two, I was at home. It was a warm afternoon, the sun was high and bright, the usual summer haze in the air. I walked out to the driveway to grab something from the car, the smell of freshly cut grass mixing with the faint scent of oil and gasoline from the vehicle. Suddenly, I heard this strange sound in the distance, a high-pitched metallic whine that grew louder quickly. It wasn't like a plane or a helicopter. It sounded mechanical, but not like any machine I'd ever heard before. The noise made my skin crawl, like the sound was scraping against my nerves. I looked up just in time to see this huge object flying low over the neighborhood. It was the strangest thing. The shape wasn't like any plane or helicopter I recognized. It looked almost like a torpedo or missile, but with wings. The metal surface was dull but covered in small markings and labels, almost like it was built for some secret military purpose. It was about the size of a small car, bigger than any remote control plane or drone I'd seen. It zipped past so fast I barely had time to take it in. The wings were short but thick, and the body was cylindrical, with what looked like vents or exhaust ports along the sides. It didn't make the usual roar or drone of a jet. Instead, it was a sharp, almost electrical buzzing sound, like a giant industrial fan running at full blast. The weirdest part was how low it flew, close enough that I could read some of the labels painted on the side, which made me realize this was no ordinary aircraft. It vanished behind the trees in seconds, but the feeling it left behind was like a punch to the gut. I stood there, frozen for a moment, wondering if I'd just seen something classified or experimental, or maybe something else entirely. No one else around seemed to notice it, which only made it more surreal. I never told my parents because I wasn't sure if they'd believe me or if it would just freak them out. Then came the scariest thing I saw that whole summer, which happened a few months later. The summer after the shock and awe campaign had officially started. My grandparents took my brother and me down to Los Angeles for a visit. The trip was mostly uneventful, but on the way back north, we hit the Grapevine around 10 or 11 at night. The Grapevine is that stretch of highway that cuts through the mountains and hills on the way back to Central California, and it's dark and empty except for trucks and a few cars. As we were driving through the winding roads, I saw something in the sky that made my heart slam into my throat. It started as a small, bright star far off on the horizon. At first, I thought it was just a plane or a distant helicopter because it was moving slowly and steadily. But then it started to grow. The light got bigger and brighter, pulsing in a way that didn't feel natural. It grew until it looked more like a glowing orb than any kind of aircraft. This ball of light was massive, so big that it cast sharp shadows on the foothills below us. I could see the curves of the hills illuminated in the night, stark and clear in the glow. The light was mostly white, but there were colors swirling inside it, green, blue, and pearlescent shades that shimmered like an oil spill on water. It pulsed rhythmically, like it was breathing or alive. Then, without warning, the center of the orb exploded into a bright green flash. It wasn't violent like a bomb, but more like a sudden burst of energy that spread out in a ring of pearlescent light that expanded outward at incredible speed. The ring raced away from the center and created a gigantic fireball that looked bigger than the sun hanging in the sky. It hovered there for what felt like an hour, shimmering and pulsing with power, casting an eerie glow over everything. People started pulling over on the highway, stepping out of their cars, staring up at the light in stunned silence. You could feel the tension in the air, like everyone was holding their breath, expecting something terrible to happen. The light just stayed there, pulsing and glowing, refusing to fade. I don't remember anyone saying a word, just watching, waiting for some sign of what was coming next. Even now, years later, I can't shake the image of that fireball hanging over the grapevine, casting long shadows in the night. It was a moment of pure, raw fear, a reminder of how fragile and small we all are when faced with something beyond our control or understanding. People called it an accident, a missile test gone wrong, or maybe a military experiment. But to me, it felt like a warning, something that the world was changing, something we weren't ready for. Looking back, those strange events, the greenish light, the low-flying metal torpedo, and the massive fireball, were signs of a world on the edge of chaos. They didn't feel like isolated incidents, but pieces of a bigger puzzle no one was talking about. Even though none of it involved ghosts or magic, it scared me more than any horror story ever could, because it was real, and it was happening all around me. It left me with a lingering unease about what comes next, about how close we all were to something that could have changed everything. And maybe that's the scariest thing of all. The knowledge that sometimes the biggest horrors aren't monsters hiding in the dark, but the unknown and uncontrollable forces moving just beyond our sight, shaping the world in ways we can't fully understand or stop. It was around 1 a.m. when my brother and I were sitting in my room, the glow from the computer screen casting pale light across our faces. We were just scrolling through some Pokemon forums, reading random stuff, mostly nonsense and theories about new games or rare creatures. The house was quiet except for the soft clicking of the keyboard and the occasional muffled laugh or exclamation from my brother when he found something funny. Outside, the neighborhood was still, the street lamps flickering faintly in the night, casting long shadows that stretched across the empty road. It was one of those nights where everything felt peaceful, the kind of quiet that makes you think about how calm the world can be sometimes. Then, out of nowhere, that calm was shattered. We both heard it. The parents' bedroom door suddenly rattled, as if someone or something was shaking it violently. The doorframe creaked and groaned, the sound of wood scraping against the floor filling the room. My heart dropped in my chest, and I shot a quick glance at my brother, who looked just as frozen as I felt. The door shaking was followed almost immediately by a scream. Not just any scream, but the most blood-curdling, bone-chilling scream I have ever heard. It pierced through the silence like a knife, high-pitched and ragged, as if the person screaming was in some sort of terrible pain or terror beyond anything we'd ever experienced. It was so terrifying that I can still remember the feeling it brought, an overwhelming wave of dread that rolled over me like a storm, cold and sharp. It's hard to put into words because it wasn't just fear. It was deeper, something primal. A sound that seemed to tear into the night, leaving a heavy silence behind it. The kind that makes you feel like something terrible is about to happen. My stomach turned, and I felt my hands go clammy, unable to move at first. Then, adrenaline kicked in, and without a word, my brother and I both jumped out of our chairs and ran down the hall toward my parents' room. When I pushed the door open, the sight inside made my blood run cold. My mom was standing by the window, her face pale and eyes wide with panic. Her hands trembled as she clutched the curtain, and she kept glancing outside with a look I had never seen on her before, raw, pure terror. My dad was near her, his face tense but his attention completely on my mom, like he was trying to comfort her even though he looked scared himself. They were both shaken up, but it was clear my mom was the one who had felt the scream the most deeply. Without saying a word, we all rushed to the window to look outside. The street was dimly lit by the flickering street lamps, casting strange shadows across the cracked pavement. And there she was, a woman, young-looking, dressed in a long, white dress that looked old-fashioned or maybe just worn. She was walking slowly down the middle of our street, her movements awkward and hesitant. She was sobbing softly at first, but then the sobs turned into occasional screams or screeches that sent chills through my spine. Her voice was raw and broken, shaking the night air with the kind of pain that felt utterly real, like she was hurting inside. My dad was the first to move. Without hesitation, he opened the front door and stepped outside, calling softly for her to stop, to see if she needed help. But she didn't even flinch or glance in his direction. She just kept walking, screaming, and crying without ever looking at him or responding in any way. It was like she was trapped in her own world, disconnected from everything around her. The way my dad's face changed during those few seconds was unforgettable. Confusion, fear, and a desperate hope that she was okay, even though everything about the scene said otherwise. After a minute or two, my dad came back inside and locked the door behind him. His voice was shaky as he called the police, trying to explain what we had just seen, hoping they would find her and maybe get her some help. We sat in the living room, waiting and listening for any more noises outside, but the street was silent again, as if nothing had happened. The next day, the police came by to take our statement. They told us they had searched the neighborhood, but found no sign of the woman. No footprints, no car, no one matching her description. It was like she had vanished into thin air. We asked if there had been any similar reports, but the officers said no. Nothing like this had been reported in the area before or since. That's when things started to get weird. Most people who have heard this story say it sounds like a banshee or some kind of ghost. Some even mention La Llorona, a legend I'd heard about since I lived close to Mexico. But that kind of explanation doesn't sit right with me. I'm not into myths or supernatural stuff. What we saw that night was real. It wasn't a ghost or some ancient spirit. It was a scared, lost woman in terrible pain. I've thought about it a lot since then. What if she was running away from something? Or maybe she had lost someone and was trying to find help, but was so broken inside she couldn't even speak. Maybe she was suffering from some mental illness, lost and confused, and no one was there to help her. The way she just kept walking and screaming, without looking at anyone or answering, made me think she wasn't fully there in her own mind. The fact that the police couldn't find her makes it all more unsettling. It's hard to believe someone could just disappear like that, especially walking down a public street in the middle of the night. But maybe she ran off into the woods or found shelter somewhere, or someone else helped her without us knowing. I wish I knew what happened to her because that scream haunts me. It wasn't just a noise, it was a cry for help that felt like it came from the depths of a soul drowning in pain. Sometimes at night, I still hear that scream echoing in my mind. It reminds me that there are people out there suffering quietly, invisible to the world, and sometimes we only catch a glimpse before they vanish again. It's a reminder of how fragile people can be and how quickly fear and pain can take over someone's mind. That night changed something in me. I don't look at the quiet streets the same way anymore. I know that behind the calm, normal life, there are struggles and mysteries we don't always see. And sometimes, those moments sneak into your life, leaving a scar that you carry with you forever. That night sticks with me like no other. One of the creepiest, most unsettling moments I've ever had. I've never been religious, never believed in anything supernatural or spiritual. No church, no rituals, no Sunday school. Nothing. So when something that felt so undeniably wrong happened, it shook me in a way I can't really explain. It all started because me and my friend were bored and looking for something to do. We ended up near this old house on the edge of town. You know the kind. It's been abandoned for years. The town condemned it ages ago. The roof was sagging, paint peeling off in big sheets, and the windows were either boarded up or broken out. The stairs inside were almost entirely rotten, with holes you could see through. You could look up from one room and see straight into the bedroom above, where the ceiling had collapsed and left a big hole. The whole place looked like it was on the verge of falling down, just waiting for the wind to finish it off. We weren't planning on going upstairs because the stairs looked dangerous, but since we were already there, we figured why not check out the main floor. The front door was boarded up with a single plank nailed haphazardly, like someone just slapped it on without care. It was so poorly done that the door itself wasn't even locked and pushed right in when we pulled on it. We stepped inside with our phones lit up like flashlights. The air was stale, thick with dust and that old house smell, a mix of rotting wood, mold, and damp plaster. The floorboards creaked under our feet, and bits of plaster fell from the ceiling every time we moved near the walls. Everything inside was covered in dirt and debris, like no one had been here for decades. My friend wandered around, checking things out quietly, and after a while, he found an old, rickety chair pushed against the wall in one corner of the room. He sat down, and I plopped down on the floor beside the wall opposite him. We just started talking, kind of making small talk at first, but it quickly turned into something deeper. We got into a long conversation about life, how messed up the world was, and how people seemed to be lost or just pretending everything was fine. At some point, my friend made a joke, something crude and way out of line, the kind of thing you say just to push boundaries or make the other person laugh uncomfortably. Then, without skipping a beat, he laughed and said something like, "Oh shit, I'm totally going to hell." It was just a dumb joke, nothing serious. But the moment he said it, I swear, everything changed. From the far side of the room, the side we hadn't really looked at since we came in, a voice spoke. It was raspy, old, and clear as day. The words cut through the quiet like a knife. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." We froze. Just froze. It was like time stopped. I'm not exaggerating when I say every hair on my body stood up. It wasn't the kind of voice you hear every day. It sounded real and close and wrong all at once. We couldn't see anyone, but the voice had come from inside the house, and it wasn't a whisper or a faint sound. It was loud, clear, and spoken like someone was standing right there, waiting for us to react. After what felt like an eternity, my friend grabbed his phone and flicked the light toward the other side of the room. In the doorway leading to the back of the house, we caught a glimpse of a man. He was wearing an old-fashioned suit, like something out of a 1940s movie, with a fedora pulled low over his face. He wasn't young. His posture was stiff, and his movements slow but deliberate. Before we could even think, he pushed open the back door and stepped out into the night. The door slammed behind him, and then silence. We jumped up and ran out after him, shouting, but there was no answer. The street beyond was empty, just one lonely road that stretched for a mile with no side streets, no houses, no other people. We ran up and down that road, but he was gone, vanished like a shadow. We kept searching for a while, but there was nothing. No footprints, no sounds, nothing. Just empty air and the chill of the night. We never figured out who that man was or where he went. There was no car, no other sign of life. The whole thing felt like a nightmare, except it wasn't. It was real. That night changed something in me. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else entirely, but the feeling I had that night, that cold, sinking dread, is something I still carry with me. It's like a part of that old house stayed with me, and whatever that man was, it left a mark I can't shake. Maybe it was nothing more than a trick of the mind, a coincidence, or some guy playing a prank. But the way that voice sounded, the way he moved, and the silence that followed felt like more than just chance. Even now, when I pass by that place, I can't help but look over my shoulder and feel that chill run down my spine. It's the one moment I can't explain, the one time I felt something genuinely wrong and real. And for someone who doesn't believe in that stuff, that means something. I was around 10 or 11 when this happened, and it's a night that still sticks in my mind like it happened yesterday. Back then, my mom worked at a dental clinic about an hour away from our home. She usually finished late, and my dad had a long job himself, so he wouldn't be able to pick her up for another 2 hours after she got off work. That meant me and my older sister were left home alone quite often during the evenings. It wasn't something we enjoyed, but we were used to it by then. That night, it was about 8 p.m. I was downstairs in the living room, eating a late dinner. The kitchen and living room were in the open area downstairs, and the stairs to the upper floor were close by. The stairs weren't right in the middle of the room, but ran along one side. The staircase passed right next to a small room that connected both to the garage and the basement. It was a weird little spot that always felt a bit odd to me, especially at night. The door to that room was usually shut, but the whole setup made it easy to imagine weird stuff happening there when it was dark. I remember the feeling that night was strange. Quiet in the house, no music, no TV, just me chewing on my food and glancing around. My sister was upstairs in her room, probably listening to music or texting her friends on her phone, the way older kids do. I was finishing my food and had to head upstairs to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. I started walking up the stairs slowly. The house was quiet, and I was paying attention to every little sound, like the creak of the wooden stairs or the ticking of the old clock on the wall. Then, as I reached the middle of the stairs, right where you pass by that little room by the garage and basement, I heard something that froze me in place. A deep voice. Not just deep, it was so low and rough that it sounded like it was coming from someone who didn't belong anywhere normal. The voice said, "Well, hello." It wasn't cheerful or friendly. It was cold, menacing, almost like a growl. The kind of voice that's way too low for a person and makes your skin crawl, like it was the voice of someone who was dangerous, unhinged. It sounded so scary, so unnatural, that my body almost didn't respond right away. Then, my heart jumped, and I stumbled up the rest of the stairs as fast as I could, like something was chasing me. I didn't even look back. I just ran, my feet pounding the steps, my breath quick and sharp. When I got upstairs, I hid behind the sofa where my sister was sitting. She looked at me surprised, but I just stayed quiet, my whole body shaking. I couldn't tell her what I'd heard because it sounded so unreal. Instead, I grabbed the phone and called 911, my hands trembling the whole time. The police came quickly. I told them everything I could, but I was so scared I could barely talk. The officers checked the house thoroughly. They found several smashed beer bottles on the ground in the basement. The window down there was wide open, which was strange because my parents were always careful about locking windows and doors. The basement window had obviously been forced open. The police said it looked like someone had broken in to steal alcohol, and after some investigation, they discovered that a hobo had been breaking into houses in our neighborhood, stealing booze and causing trouble. My parents were shaken up, but thankful that no one was hurt and that I had stayed calm enough to call the police. After that night, they installed locks on every single window and door, making sure nothing like that could happen again. The hobo was caught and arrested not long after, and the neighborhood felt a little safer. That night changed how I felt about being home alone. I stopped feeling so safe inside my own house. Even years later, I can still hear that voice echoing in my mind, and I still check the locks twice before going to bed. It was a terrifying experience, but it taught me to be alert and brave when things don't feel right. And for that, I'm grateful I was able to act, even when I was scared out of my mind. I was about 12 years old, maybe 11, maybe 13. Somewhere in that age where you think you're starting to understand how the world works, but everything still feels 10 times bigger than you. We lived in a regular 2-story house in a pretty normal neighborhood. At the time, my parents were having some renovations done to the outside of the house. They were getting new windows and siding put in, and for a few weeks, there were ladders and scaffolding and equipment scattered all around the perimeter. The kind of stuff that makes your house feel like a construction site more than a home. I didn't think much of it. It was just noise during the day and an eyesore when I looked out the window. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and my bed was pushed right up against the wall with the windows above it. The long edge of the bed ran along the wall, so when I laid down, my head was directly underneath the windows. They were standard double-pane windows with white frames, the kind that slid open vertically. Nothing special. At night, I usually kept the blinds closed, but I didn't have curtains or anything thick. Just those thin plastic slats that could twist open or shut. I went to bed like normal. It was sometime after 10, I think. Maybe closer to 11. It was quiet outside, no workers, no trucks, just the regular hum of suburban night. I was drifting in that space between being fully asleep and just barely aware of things when I heard the first noise. It was faint like a tiny tap, and it was right above my head. I opened my eyes and just laid there for a second, not even moving, trying to figure out if I really heard something or if it was part of a dream. Then I heard it again. A soft, irregular tap. It wasn't rhythmic. It sounded like someone was throwing small pebbles or something against the glass. Not hard enough to break it, but enough to make noise. My mind immediately tried to rationalize it. I remembered the equipment outside, the ladders, the scaffolding, some loose tools or boards leaning against the house. I figured maybe the wind was picking up, maybe something got knocked loose and was tapping the window. But even while I told myself that, I was lying completely still. I stared up at the ceiling, eyes wide open now, ears straining to catch the next sound. And sure enough, a few minutes later, it came again. This time louder, more distinct. A deliberate sound, like the heel of a hand or the edge of something scraping lightly. My heart was starting to pick up. I didn't move. I didn't want to. I didn't even want to breathe loud enough for someone, or something, outside to hear me. The sound stopped again. Then a few moments passed, and it came back, this time followed by what unmistakably sounded like a creak. A ladder creak. The kind of sound metal makes when weight shifts on it. I knew that sound. I had walked past the workers enough times to recognize how it groaned under someone's foot. That wasn't wind. Someone was on the ladder. I couldn't move. I kept thinking if I stayed still, they wouldn't know I was there. I pressed my body against the mattress, as if that would make me invisible. Every few minutes, another sound would come. A shuffle, a tap, a slow scrape. At one point, I swear I heard a hand brushing against the siding just outside the glass. Still, I didn't move. Then came the worst part. A knock. A deliberate knock. Not forceful, not angry, but unmistakably intentional. It was followed by scratching, soft and drawn out, like fingertips or fingernails brushing along the glass. I wanted to scream. My entire body was frozen. Every muscle locked. I felt a tightness in my chest that made it hard to breathe, like I was trying not to hyperventilate while laying still. It wasn't just fear, it was pure panic. I don't know how long it went on. A few seconds, maybe more, maybe less. But when I heard the window rattle slightly, like someone was trying to open it, that was the moment I finally broke. I shot out of bed, bolted straight into the hallway and into my parents' room. It was right next door, maybe 5 feet away. I didn't stop to think. I didn't even look behind me. I just moved. I remember my dad being groggy, confused. I stood at the foot of their bed, barely able to say anything at first, just shaking. Eventually, I managed to say something like, "Someone's at my window." He rubbed his face, slowly got up, and walked into my room. I stayed behind him, clinging to the doorframe. He looked out the window, then opened it. Nothing. No one. Just the quiet night air and a view of our backyard. He looked down and saw the ladder. Then he looked around the room and figured it out before I even put it all together. It was my brother. He was older than me by a few years and had snuck out earlier in the evening, probably to meet up with friends or just roam around. He forgot to leave the door unlocked and didn't want to get caught, so he decided to climb the ladder and try to get my attention without waking up our parents, which would have been a great plan if it didn't almost give me a heart attack. My dad wasn't exactly thrilled, to say the least. He went downstairs, opened the door, and let him in. I don't remember what was said after that. I just remember sitting on the edge of my parents' bed, still trying to calm down. It took me forever to fall asleep again that night. I kept listening for sounds, imagining the tapping coming back. But nothing else happened. Just a dumb older brother making a dumb decision, and me being scared out of my mind in the process. Years passed. I laughed about it eventually, but I can still remember exactly how it felt, lying there frozen while the scratching started. That sense of complete helplessness when your mind tells you something is outside, something not right, and you can't see it, can't understand it, and can't stop it. The second time I got that same feeling, I was older, junior year of college. I came home for spring break, but my home wasn't the same anymore. My parents had divorced by then. My dad had moved out, and my mom was living with her new husband most of the time. They kept the house so I could have a place to stay when I came home, but it was mostly empty. Just me and my little dog, a miniature dachshund that barked at practically everything. The house felt different when no one else was around. Bigger, emptier. Every creak in the floorboards, every shift in the pipes, every sound outside felt louder. It was like the house wasn't used to being occupied anymore. The silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt unnatural, like I was trespassing in my own home. One night, I was in the den, watching TV. It must have been close to midnight. I was curled up on the couch with a blanket, and the dog was wandering around somewhere. I wasn't really paying attention to her. She always barked at random things. Sometimes a car down the street, sometimes the fridge humming, sometimes nothing at all. She had this habit of standing by the window and letting out a few yaps before giving up and moving on. But that night, her barking was different. She was in another room, near the back of the house, and she was going off. Not just a bark here or there. She was losing it. Constant, sharp, frantic barking like she was seeing something real and threatening. I called her over. She didn't come. I got up and walked out into the hallway, calling her name again. Still barking. I followed the noise until I found her in the formal living room, which we never really used. It had huge windows, practically floor to ceiling, that looked out over the backyard. The kind of windows you could see your whole yard through like a giant picture frame. She had her front paws up on the windowsill and was barking straight out into the dark. Tail stiff, body tense, every muscle in her tiny frame aimed forward. She wouldn't even look at me. My stomach dropped. I knew she wasn't faking it. She saw something. And whatever it wasn't just some sound or reflection. She saw it. I looked out the window, but all I saw was black. The yard was huge, big enough that my parents could have sold the lot and someone could build another house on it. It was ringed with hedges, tall and thick, the kind that blocks everything out. There were no streetlights in that part of the yard, no neighbors close enough to cast light. Just darkness. I backed away, my heart racing again. Same feeling as before. That cold, invisible pressure in your chest when you're sure someone or something is outside, watching. I pulled out my phone and typed 911, but didn't hit send. I just held the screen, thumb hovering, just in case. Slowly, I moved closer to the window. My dog hadn't budged. She was still barking like crazy. I crouched down next to her, tried to see what she was looking at. Nothing, just black. I moved a little to the side, changed my angle, and then I saw it. A white shape. My breath caught. It was out in the yard, floating just above the grass. It caught the moonlight enough to be visible, and it was moving slightly, like it was drifting. For a second, I thought it was a person, a figure. It was that human-shaped blur your mind jumps to when it's scared. I ducked, heart slamming. I was sure it was someone, standing there, staring at the house. I peeked again. It moved. The shape twisted and tumbled in the air. That's when I saw it for what it really was. A plastic grocery bag. Just a regular, crumpled white plastic bag caught in the wind. Floating around like that paper in American Beauty, catching just enough moonlight to play tricks on your eyes. I laughed out loud, but it wasn't relief. It was that nervous laugh you make when the fear hasn't quite left your body. My dog eventually calmed down, though it took a while. I sat there on the floor with her for a bit, phone still in my hand, waiting for my heart rate to go back to normal. There was nothing out there. No killer, no prowler, no ghost. Just a dumb bag and a paranoid brain, feeding on silence and isolation. But it didn't feel dumb at the time. It felt real. It always does in those moments. I never hit send on that 911 call. Never mentioned it to anyone until much later. But I never forgot how that moment